The banquet celebrating General Xing Zhanrui's victory and Yuan Lianhua's newly bestowed title had long since ended. The capital gradually returned to its lively rhythm. The discussions among the people, however, had not. Some spoke of the victorious army. Others praised the emperor for rewarding the soldiers generously. Many more whispered about the newly betrothed couple, the brilliant young general and the cheerful annaled Junju, Yuan Lianhua. Now everyone was waiting for the next grand occasion, the wedding. However, the emperor was in no hurry. During a small gathering with both families, he smiled and waved away the ministers who eagerly suggested fixing an auspicious date immediately. "There is no need to rush," the emperor said warmly. "Marriage is a sacred promise. Two people should first understand one another before becoming husband and wife." Everyone respectfully agreed. The emperor looked toward the empress with unmistakable affection. "When I ascended the throne," he continued, "many officials urged me to establish a harem and accept countless concubines." His smile disappeared slightly. "I dismissed every proposal." Several older ministers lowered their heads awkwardly. "I also punished those who repeatedly pressured the matter." The empress smiled gently beside him. "I promised my empress that she alone would remain beside me." The hall filled with admiration. Lianhua listened quietly. Inside her heart, she couldn't help but agree. The emperor is really amazing. No wonder Her Majesty always smiles whenever she looks at him. That's the kind of marriage everyone dreams of. She secretly glanced toward Zhanrui. "I also want to know my future husband better before we get married." Although her cheeks warmed. "I already know in my heart that he's a good man." Thus, no wedding date was immediately chosen. Instead, the Yuan and Xing families naturally began spending more time together. Over the following week, Zhanrui frequently invited Lianhua to stroll through the capital. Sometimes they visited bustling markets. Sometimes they enjoyed pastries in famous tea houses. Other days they quietly admired flowers or watched boats drifting along the river. The people of the capital became increasingly delighted. Everywhere they went, someone inevitably whispered, "Look, General Xing and Lady Yuan are together again. They're so well matched. I hope their wedding comes soon." Even so, despite having gone out several times, the two remained adorably shy. Whenever their hands accidentally brushed, both immediately looked away. Whenever their eyes met, someone would blush first. Usually, both of them. One bright morning, Zhanrui came to the Yuan residence as usual. He was already seated in the courtyard with Jixuan and Jihao, drinking tea while waiting for Lianhua. Then, he heard it. Even before seeing her, her familiar voice echoed inside his mind. "Calm down, Lianhua. You've already gone out with him several times. Act naturally." Zhanrui's ears immediately turned red. "Just walk over there gracefully. Smile politely. Don't stare at his face too much." Jihao quietly lowered his teacup. His shoulders had already begun trembling. "Definitely don't think about how handsome he is." Zhanrui coughed lightly. "Don't imagine hugging him again either." Jihao bit the inside of his cheek. Unable to resist, he looked toward Zhanrui with an innocent smile. "General." Zhanrui looked at him. "You seem rather warm today." Jihao deliberately glanced toward the general's bright red ears. "Should I have someone bring you a fan?" Zhanrui understood immediately. "No need." Jixuan quietly sipped his tea, pretending he heard absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Lianhua slowly walked through the corridor leading toward the courtyard. She clasped her hands together tightly. "Walk normally." She inhaled deeply. "Don't trip today. One careful step. One foot after another. Another careful step. See? You're doing great." Then, she finally saw them. Zhanrui, sitting beneath the pavilion, looking even more handsome than usual. The sunlight caught his features perfectly. Lianhua froze. "Oh no. Why is he particularly so handsome today?" Without realizing it, her pace quickened. "Slow down." She quickly corrected herself. "No, slow down." The harder she tried to walk naturally, the more awkward she became. Just then, A playful gust of wind swept through the courtyard. Her clothes fluttered. The hem caught beneath her embroidered shoe. Oh! She stumbled forward. And with a very ungraceful thud, she landed sitting on the stone path. Complete silence. Lianhua stared blankly at the ground. Inside, absolute devastation. I fell. No one moved. I actually fell. Jihao immediately lowered his head. His shoulders shook violently. Wonderful. Lianhua slowly closed her eyes. Can the ground please open and swallow me whole? Zhangrui stood immediately. This is too embarrassing. Lianhua remained frozen. Maybe if I stay completely still, everyone will think I turned into a decorative rock. Jihao almost laughed aloud. No. Better idea. I'll crawl back the way I came. Jishuan pressed his lips tightly together. I'll just pretend I'm a ghost passing through. Jihao's shoulders shook so hard he nearly spilled his tea. Zhangrui had already reached her. He crouched beside her. Are you hurt? Lianhua wanted to answer. Instead, her thoughts continued. Stand up quickly, Lianhua. She tried. Actually, she slowly sat back down again. Maybe disappearing would be easier. Can someone erase the last 10 breaths of my life? Before she could decide, 2 warm hands gently supported her. Then, without warning, Zhangrui carefully lifted her into his arms. Lianhua froze completely. Her eyes became round. Her brain stopped working. Her face turned scarlet. General Zhangrui is carrying me. She looked up at him in disbelief. His arms are so steady. Her heart pounded wildly. I'm so close. She became even redder. I can even hear his heartbeat. Zhangrui smiled softly. I think, he said gently, walking can wait for a moment. Lianhua's thoughts completely short-circuited. No. Forget walking. Zhangrui carefully carried Lianhua across the courtyard. Only after making sure she had truly calmed down did he gently set her down beside Jihao. The moment Lianhua's feet touched the ground, Jihao finally lost the battle against his laughter. He quickly lowered his head behind his folding fan. His shoulders shook so violently that even the teacup on the table trembled. Lianhua looked at him suspiciously. Second brother? I'm perfectly fine. He absolutely was not. Inside Lianhua's mind, he's definitely laughing at me. How could I fall so beautifully? No, wait, there's nothing beautiful about that fall. I looked like a freshly caught fish flopping onto the shore. Jihao's fan trembled even harder. Jishuan casually cleared his throat before anyone completely lost their composure. Lianhua, he asked gently, are you hurt anywhere? Lianhua finally snapped out of her daze. She hurriedly shook her head. And no, I'm fine. Her cheeks were still bright red. She quickly brushed the dust from her clothes, patting her sleeves and skirt carefully. It was only a small fall. Only my dignity got injured. Jihao nearly laughed out loud. Hopefully my dignity can recover. Zhangrui sat quietly beside her. His eyes carefully examined her once more. Satisfied that she truly wasn't injured, he finally relaxed. Jishuan looked between the two of them, then toward Jihao. He smiled knowingly. We suddenly remembered something important. Jihao blinked. We did. Jishuan had already stood up. He looked toward Zhangrui politely. We'll leave the two of you for a while. Jihao looked utterly conflicted. Actually, he wanted to stay. Watching these two interact had become one of his favorite forms of entertainment. Just then, Lianhua unknowingly prayed inside her heart. Please leave. Please let us be alone. Just for a little while. Second brother especially, please stop watching us like you're waiting for a theater performance. Jihao heard every single word. He looked toward his sister dramatically. So heartless. Lianhua blinked innocently. What? Nothing. He sighed dramatically before allowing Jishuan to pull him away. As they walked farther into the garden, Jihao glanced back once. Should we really leave them alone? Jishuan chuckled. If we stay any longer, you'll laugh yourself unconscious. Fair point. The two brothers disappeared behind a row of flowering osmanthus trees. The courtyard suddenly became very quiet. Only the breeze stirred gently through the leaves. Birds chirped somewhere nearby. The atmosphere felt peaceful. Lianhua slowly looked up at Zhangrui. Thank you. He turned toward her. For helping me. Her voice was soft. If you hadn't caught me earlier. She lowered her head, embarrassed. I might have stayed on the ground forever. Zhangrui couldn't help smiling. I wouldn't let that happen. His answer was simple. Yet it warmed Lianhua's heart. He looked toward the clear blue sky. The weather is nice today. Lianhua also looked upward. Inside her mind. Absolutely. The weather is perfect. The breeze is gentle. The sun isn't too hot. The flowers smell wonderful. Most importantly, her eyes secretly drifted toward Zhangrui. It's the perfect weather for the two of us to spend time together. Zhangrui quietly looked away. His ears gradually became red again. Lianhua noticed. His ears turned red again. How adorable. Wait, can a general be adorable? Apparently yes. To save himself from becoming even more embarrassed, Zhangrui gently changed the topic. The Autumn Lantern Festival will begin next month. Lianhua nodded enthusiastically. I've heard it's the busiest festival of the year. There will be lanterns covering the entire capital, Zhangrui said. People write wishes and release them into the sky. Lianhua's eyes sparkled. Really? He nodded. There will also be music, dances, food stalls, poetry gatherings, and performances along the river. Lianhua smiled brightly. That sounds wonderful. Inside her mind. Does this mean we'll be going together? Just the two of us? Would that count as another date? No. Perhaps it's already a date. Zhangrui smiled to himself. It would make me happy if you accompanied me. Lianhua immediately nodded. I would love to. Then she quickly lowered her head. I mean, if General Zhangrui doesn't mind. I don't. His answer came almost immediately. I was hoping you would come. Lianhua's heart skipped another beat. After a comfortable silence, she suddenly remembered something else. Oh. She smiled. After the festival. Elder brother's wedding. Zhangrui nodded. To Lady Su. Lianhua laughed softly. I still can't believe they became engaged so quickly. Though, I'm the one who kept trying to matchmake them. Maybe I should prepare a really nice wedding gift. I hope Sister Yanqing will be very happy. Elder brother better treat her well, although knowing him, he'll probably spoil her every day. Zhangrui chuckled quietly. You care deeply about your family. Lianhua looked toward the direction where her brothers had left. They've always taken care of me. She smiled warmly. So, I want everyone to be happy. Zhangrui looked at her for a long moment. Then, without thinking, he gently reached over and brushed a tiny leaf from her hair that had been caught there since she fell. There. Lianhua froze again. Her heartbeat instantly became chaotic. That night, after General Zhangrui returned to the Xing residence, Yuan Lianhua also retired to her room. Her maid helped remove the jade hairpin from her hair before extinguishing most of the lamps, leaving only one candle flickering softly by the bedside. Lianhua lay down. For some reason, the moment her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. Almost instantly, darkness surrounded her. Then, light slowly appeared. She blinked. Gone were the carved wooden beams. Gone were the embroidered curtains. Gone was the scent of sandalwood. Instead, tall buildings stretched toward the sky. Bright electric lights illuminated the streets. People wore unfamiliar clothing. Metal carriages moved without horses. Lianhua's eyes widened. Then memories flooded her mind. No. She looked down at herself. She was wearing a loose university sweatshirt and jeans. A student ID hung from her neck. Printed on it were the words, Xin Lianhua, age, 20. Sophomore. Department of Fine Arts. She covered her mouth. Back. Scenes flashed before her. Painting classes. Submitting projects. Staying up all night drawing. Complaining about professors. Eating instant noodles inside the dormitory. Laughing with classmates. Everything felt incredibly real. Then, another memory surfaced. She loved reading novels, especially historical fantasy romances and manhwa. Whenever she finished her assignments, she would curl up on her bed with snacks beside her and read until dawn. The dream shifted again. She now found herself sitting inside her dormitory. Rain softly tapped against the window. A cup of milk tea rested beside her laptop. She lazily stretched before opening the latest novel everyone had been recommending. Its title appeared on the glowing screen. When the Crimson Phoenix Falls, the Empire Weeps. She remembered laughing at the dramatic title. What kind of title is this? Still, she clicked anyway. The protagonist was Liang Ziyun, a talented young noble. The female lead was Liu Yanxi, the Empress's cousin. The two gradually fell in love while surviving countless conspiracies inside the capital. I like this already. She continued reading. The opening chapters were exciting. The flower viewing, the Prime Minister's banquet, the attempted assassination of the little crown prince. Liang Ziyun's fiancé's reputation nearly ruined after Han Meirong schemed against her. Liang Ziyun storming into the room, beating Han Meirong's cousin senseless before rescuing Lianxi. Xin Lianhua had actually applauded. Serves him right. She continued reading. Then, another character appeared. General Xing Zhanrui. Whoa. She still remembered that moment. The author spent an entire chapter introducing him. Young, calm, cold. Handsome enough that noble ladies constantly spoke of him during tea gatherings. Matchmakers lined up outside the Xing residence almost every month. Yet every single proposal was politely declined. Because the Xing family had one family rule. Marriage should never be forced. General Xing's grandfather often said, "Character outweighs status. Wealth fades. Beauty changes. A good heart remains." Even though they were one of the empire's greatest military families, they never forced arranged marriages upon their descendants. Whoever Zhanrui chose, provided she possessed good morals, the family would welcome her wholeheartedly. Xin Lianhua remembered smiling while reading. What a green flag family. Then she grinned. I like this general already. Unfortunately, the novel continued, and everything went downhill. During the Western campaign, Zhanrui was betrayed, not by enemies, but by people he trusted most. Someone opened the fortress gates. Someone leaked military routes. Someone deliberately delayed reinforcements. He died protecting his soldiers. Xin Lianhua stared at the screen. You're kidding. She refreshed the page. Again. And again. Surely. The author would bring him back. Right? No. He remained dead. The story became darker afterward. Without General Xing, the Xing family gradually collapsed under countless accusations. Corrupt ministers united together. False evidence appeared one after another. The emperor lost one of his strongest pillars. The court descended into endless political struggles. Even the Yuan family, briefly mentioned in only a few chapters, met miserable ends. She remembered reading. Yuan Lianhua, the sickly young daughter, passed away shortly after. What? She kept reading. Ji Xuan was framed. Ji Hao's business collapsed. Their stepmother miscarried after being harmed by greedy relatives. Master Yuan was continuously attacked politically. One tragedy after another. Xin Lianhua slammed her pillow. This author hates happiness. She continued anyway. The conspiracies became increasingly ridiculous. Everyone betrayed everyone. Every chapter introduced another green tea villainess. Another misunderstanding. Another heartbreak. Finally, she reached the chapter where Han Meirong shamelessly approached Liang Ziyun after the downfall of the Xing family. Han Meirong smiled sweetly. If young Master Liang marries me, I can help restore the Xing family. I don't mind allowing Lady Lu to become your concubine afterward. Xin Lianhua nearly threw her phone. What? Liang Ziyun's response made her cheer. He slapped Han Meirong across the face. Hard. Get out. He pointed toward the door. My fiancé will never become anyone's concubine. Finally, Xin Lianhua cheered. Someone with common sense. But by then, she had already lost all patience. She closed the novel. I'm done. I refuse to finish this. What a waste of such wonderful characters. And why kill General Jean Rue after making everyone, including me, like him? She sighed dramatically. I'm giving this novel 1 star. The dream changed again. She saw herself leaving the university dormitory, holding sketchbooks, walking across campus. Then, everything suddenly turned blurry. Her vision spun. Why do I feel dizzy? She collapsed onto the pavement. Darkness swallowed everything. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer Xin Lianhua. She had become Yuan Lianhua, the very side character who was supposed to die young. The dream continued shifting rapidly. Fragments, pieces, memories. Then, one final scene appeared. A palace banquet. Bright, peaceful, filled with laughter. She looked down. One hand rested over her noticeably round belly. I'm pregnant. She slowly turned. General Xing Jianrui stood nearby, holding a little boy in his arms. The child looked about 3 years old. He was laughing happily while grabbing Jianrui's sleeve. Father. Jianrui smiled so gently that Lianhua's heart instantly melted. He walked toward her. Our son has been looking for you. The little boy reached both tiny arms toward her. Mother. Lianhua's face immediately became crimson. We're married. And we even have a son. She covered her burning face. Why is future me so calm? I'd probably still blush every day. The little boy giggled innocently. Jianrui only laughed. Then, everything slowly faded. Someone called her name. Lianhua. Lianhua. The voice sounded familiar. Warm, gentle, concerned. Her eyelashes trembled. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Jianrui, holding her hand tightly. His usually composed face was filled with relief. He quietly exhaled. You're awake. Lianhua blinked. She slowly looked around. Her father, her stepmother, Jixuan, Jihao, even her maids. Everyone surrounded her bed, looking exhausted. What's happening? She wondered. Before anyone could answer, her stepmother gently held her shoulder. You frightened us. You've been asleep. She smiled weakly. For 2 whole days. Lianhua's pupils instantly widened. 2 days. Everyone heard her loud mental shout. I thought I only had one really long dream. She immediately covered her mouth with both hands, eyes full of horror. Wait, if I've been asleep for 2 days, does that mean? Her eyes slowly drifted toward Jianrui. I haven't brushed my teeth for 2 days. She almost screamed internally. Please tell me he didn't smell my breath when I talked just now. Jihao instantly bent over. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. Jixuan covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. Even Jianrui looked away for a moment, clearly suppressing a smile. Lianhua hurriedly spoke aloud, still covering her mouth. I am fine. I just need to wash up and change clothes. Right now. Jihao finally let out a quiet chuckle. Master Yuan immediately glanced at him. One look. Jihao straightened instantly. I wasn't laughing. Master Yuan sighed helplessly. They had spent 2 days fearing for Lianhua's life, worried she had fallen into another mysterious sleep like before. The imperial physician had visited repeatedly. Jianrui had barely left her bedside. Her family had taken turns watching over her. And the very first thing occupying Lianhua's mind after waking up was whether her future husband had noticed her morning breath. Seeing her so lively again, however, eased every lingering fear. Jianrui gently squeezed her hand once before letting go, a smile of quiet relief finally reaching his eyes. Welcome back, he said softly. Lianhua smiled back without fully understanding why tears suddenly welled in her eyes. Somewhere deep inside, Xin Lianhua's unfinished story had finally come to an end. And Yuan Lianhua's new life, one she had rewritten with laughter, gossip, and love, was only just beginning. After Yuan Lianhua finally woke from her mysterious 2-day slumber, everyone in the Yuan residence remained worried. Although she looked perfectly healthy, no one dared to lower their guard. Master Yuan immediately invited the family physician to examine her once more. The elderly physician arrived carrying his medicine box and smiled kindly. "Miss, please extend your hand." Lianhua obediently rolled up her sleeve. "Of course, Physician Liu." The old physician carefully checked her pulse. His brows knitted together briefly before relaxing. He examined her complexion, looked into her eyes, and asked patiently, "Have you experienced headaches?" "No." "Dizziness?" "No." "Chest pain?" "No." The physician nodded thoughtfully. "I see." He checked her pulse one final time before smiling. "Your pulse is steady. There is nothing unusual." Master Yuan quietly released the breath he had been holding. Madame Yuan smiled with visible relief while gently rubbing her rounded belly. Even Jixuan and Jihao visibly relaxed. The physician slowly closed his medicine box. "Although there is nothing wrong." He looked at Lianhua kindly. "Miss, your body only recovered not long ago. You must continue getting proper rest. Avoid overexerting yourself. And," he smiled knowingly, "you should eat more." Lianhua immediately nodded obediently. "Yes, Physician Liu. I'll listen." She stood and respectfully bowed. "Thank you very much." The old physician laughed softly before taking his leave. Once the physician had left, Lianhua looked toward her family. "Father." Master Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm hungry." The room became quiet. Then, Madame Yuan laughed first. "So that's all." Master Yuan smiled helplessly. "I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes." Lianhua's eyes sparkled. "Thank you, father." By the time breakfast was served, Zhang Rui had already returned to the Xing residence. Before leaving earlier that morning, he had stayed long enough to make sure she truly had awakened. He promised to return that afternoon after finishing several matters at the Ministry of War. Jixuan also excused himself shortly afterward. There were still countless preparations for his upcoming wedding. After the Autumn Lantern Festival, he would finally marry Lady Su Yanqing. Jihao was no less busy. His engagement with Lady Lin Shuya had already been officially agreed upon by both families. Their wedding was planned for early spring the following year. Meanwhile, Madame Yuan's pregnancy had entered a stable stage. According to the physician, she would likely give birth during the first month of next year. The entire Yuan household eagerly anticipated welcoming the newest family member. Lianhua couldn't help smiling while eating her meal. Then, a certain memory from her dream resurfaced. She nearly dropped her chopsticks. Oh no! Her cheeks slowly turned pink. In that dream, Zhang Rui and I already had a son. Her face became even redder. And I was pregnant again. She hurriedly drank tea to calm herself. Future Zhang Rui looked even more handsome. She rested her chin on one hand. He looked more mature. Still calm. Still dependable. But somehow even more attractive. She sighed dreamily. As for me, I actually looked composed. She blinked. Who was that elegant woman? That couldn't possibly have been me. She laughed quietly to herself. Maybe after getting married, I'll finally become calmer. She smiled warmly. I hope our future really becomes that peaceful. I hope Zhang Rui and I grow old together. I hope our family continues laughing like this forever. After finishing breakfast, Lianhua decided to take a slow walk through the garden to help digest her meal. The breeze gently brushed past the blooming chrysanthemums. Everything felt peaceful. Yet, the dream lingered in her mind. She slowly looked toward the clear sky. The story has completely changed. She frowned thoughtfully. Everything I remembered. Almost none of it happened anymore. She began counting on her fingers. General Zhang Rui survived. The Xing family didn't fall. Father is safe. Mother is safe. Second brother won't lose everything. Elder brother found Lady Su. Liang Ziyun and Lu Yanxi are happily together. There wasn't any uprising to overthrow His Majesty. She smiled. This is much better than the original. Then, her smile slowly faded. But Han Meirong is still alive. Her brows knitted together. Knowing her, she definitely won't stop scheming. She remembered the countless troublesome women from the novel. There are still those green teas hiding everywhere. And there are probably enemies blending into the crowd. She sighed deeply. I should warn Jean-Rouet. She stopped walking. No. Maybe I should tell him about my dream. She slowly nodded to herself. I really did sleep for 2 whole days. Maybe if I tell him I dreamed about another version of this world, he'll believe me? She scratched her cheek awkwardly. Would that sound strange? Actually, very strange. She sighed again. Still, I have to tell him. Especially about Han Mei-rong and the enemies hiding in plain sight. Even if the story has changed, some people won't suddenly become kind. She slowly sat beneath a flowering tree. Her gaze drifted toward the distant sky. I still don't understand. Why did everything change? She smiled faintly. Did the author secretly rewrite the story? Or maybe the novel received an update after I stopped reading? She laughed softly at her own ridiculous guess. I'll never know. Whatever the reason. I'm grateful. Very grateful. Unbeknownst to her, far away at the Ministry of War, General Jean-Rouet suddenly paused while reading a military report. For some reason, he felt as though someone was thinking about him again. He smiled to himself. I should finish quickly, so I can hear what she's worrying about this time. He smiled at his thoughts and continued working. The afternoon sun filtered gently through the windows of the UN residence. Inside her room, Yuan Lianhua slowly opened her eyes. She stretched lazily beneath her blanket before blinking at the familiar ceiling. Then she immediately sat upright. I slept again? She quickly looked outside. The sun was already leaning westward. Fortunately, she hadn't dreamed this time, nor had she slept for another 2 days. Lianhua let out a long sigh of relief. Good. Just then. Knock, knock. A maid's cheerful voice came from outside. Miss, General Xing has arrived. Lianhua instantly became fully awake. I'm coming. She hurriedly climbed out of bed. First, she carefully smoothed the wrinkles from her clothes. Then she hurried toward the bronze mirror. She adjusted the jade hairpin in her hair, tucked away a loose strand, turned left, turned right. Perfect. Then she suddenly froze. Wait. She remembered something very important. My breath. Her face immediately became serious. She quickly picked up a cup of fragrant tea prepared for rinsing her mouth before brushing carefully with fragrant herbal powder. Only after checking her breath several times did she finally nod in satisfaction. Very good. Completely unaware, her maid standing outside had already heard every single thought. The young maid quietly covered her smile. Miss is still worried about that. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, Jean-Rouet was calmly drinking tea. Then, without warning, a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. All right, Lianhua. His lips curved upward slightly. Today I have to tell him. He smiled into his teacup. Han Mei-rong definitely needs to be investigated. His smile widened just a little. And those other green teas. He quietly chuckled. There are still suspicious officials too. He shook his head helplessly. So, he murmured softly to himself. That's why my ears were itching earlier. Moments later, Lianhua appeared. She walked toward the pavilion with small, graceful steps. The moment she saw Jean-Rouet, her eyes brightened immediately. He's handsome again today. Jean-Rouet looked up. Their eyes met. He smiled warmly. Lianhua. She smiled back. General. He gestured toward the seat beside him. How are you feeling? She nodded obediently. I'm completely fine. She sat beside him. Then, simply looked at him. Jean-Rouet pretended not to notice, although the corners of his lips threatened to rise again. After a short silence, he asked gently, Is there something you wanted to tell me? Lianhua blinked. How did you know? She lowered her head shyly. Is it really that obvious? Jean-Rouet smiled. A little. Lianhua took a deep breath. She clasped both hands together, gathering courage. Actually, I wanted to tell you something strange. Jean-Rouet listened quietly. I slept for 2 days. You already know that. He nodded. But, she hesitated. During those 2 days, I dreamed. A very long dream. She slowly looked toward the garden. It was another version of this world. There were different endings. She explained everything she remembered. About the original story. About General Jean Rouet's death. About the downfall of the Xing family. About her own family's destruction. About Liang Ziyun. About Liu Yanxi. About the conspiracies. She spoke slowly, carefully, trying to organize the memories. Finally, she reached the part that troubled her most. I know. She laughed awkwardly. It was only a dream. But she looked toward him earnestly. I still think Han Mei Rong should be investigated. And perhaps the people surrounding her as well. There may still be people hiding dangerous intentions. She lowered her head. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I'd rather be overly cautious than regret it later. The pavilion became quiet. Jean Rouet listened without interrupting once. Inside Lianhua's mind, he's so quiet. Maybe he thinks I'm talking nonsense. Maybe he thinks I've become strange after sleeping for 2 days. Maybe he thinks I'm crazy. Before she could continue worrying, Jean Rouet suddenly spoke. I believe you. Lianhua looked up immediately. What? He smiled gently. I said, I believe you. Her eyes widened. You do. He nodded. I do. He looked toward the garden. Sometimes, dreams carry meanings we cannot explain. If your dream is warning us, then we should investigate. Even if nothing is found, we lose nothing by being careful. He looked back at her. But if your worries are true, then we may prevent another tragedy. Lianhua felt her shoulders relax. A relieved smile slowly appeared. Thank you. I was worried you wouldn't believe me. Jean Rouet laughed softly. How could I not? If anyone has repeatedly changed fate, it's you. She blinked. Changed fate. He simply smiled without explaining further. Lianhua's thoughts immediately wandered elsewhere. It's just the two of us again. My heart is beating so loudly. Her cheeks gradually became pink. Jean Rouet quietly watched her. Then, very naturally, he reached over and gently held her hand. Lianhua instantly froze. His hand completely enveloped hers. Warm, steady, much larger than her own. She slowly lifted her head. Their faces were now only inches apart. Oh no. This feels familiar. Is this the moment where the man kisses the woman? Calm down, Lianhua. Don't panic. Just breathe. Breathe. Actually, how am I supposed to breathe when he's looking at me like that? Jean Rouet almost laughed. Instead, he leaned forward slowly. Lianhua instinctively closed her eyes. Her heart practically leaped into her throat. Then, she felt something warm, soft, gentle, rest against her forehead. A tender kiss. When she slowly opened her eyes again, Jean Rouet was smiling. Before she could say anything, he carefully drew her into his embrace. Lianhua melted against him. Her face burned crimson. His ears were equally red. Neither of them spoke. Words suddenly felt unnecessary. Lianhua's brain just short-circuited and stopped thinking. The afternoon breeze drifted quietly through the pavilion. The flowers swayed gently in the garden. For a long while, they simply remained there, holding each other, enjoying the peaceful warmth that neither of them had ever expected to find. After that peaceful afternoon in the pavilion, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The days were calm, filled with laughter, tea, letters exchanged between the Xing and Yuan families, and occasional walks through the capital whenever Jean Rouet found time away from military affairs. Yet behind that peaceful surface, many things quietly changed. Just as Lianhua had requested, Jean Rouet secretly investigated Han Mei Rong. Not only her. Every person Lianhua had mentioned during their conversation. Every suspicious servant. Every official. Every acquaintance. Even those she only vaguely remembered from her dream. At first, Jean Rouet merely intended to be cautious. But the more evidence his trusted men uncovered, the colder his expression became. Several officials had indeed been exchanging secret correspondence. 2 servants had been bribed months earlier. Han Meirong herself had been quietly gathering people loyal to her family, all while maintaining the image of an elegant young lady. Nothing was enough to convict her of a major crime. Not yet. But there was more than enough evidence to keep her under careful watch. Zhang Rui immediately reported everything to the emperor. The emperor remained silent for a long time after reading the reports. Then he calmly folded the papers. Proceed quietly. No unnecessary panic. No public disturbance. Remove the rotten roots before they spread. Imperial shadow guards moved in secret. Several corrupt officials were transferred from important positions. A few disappeared from court entirely after sufficient evidence surfaced. Others quietly confessed before punishment could even be announced. Han Meirong found herself under invisible surveillance. Every servant entering her residence was recorded. Every visitor carefully observed. She remained completely unaware. Meanwhile, the person responsible for exposing everything was happily deciding what pastries to eat the next morning, completely unaware. Soon, the long-awaited Autumn Lantern Festival finally arrived. The capital transformed overnight. Brilliant lanterns stretched across every street. Golden ribbons fluttered from rooftops. Merchants enthusiastically displayed colorful ornaments. Children ran laughing through the crowded marketplace carrying rabbit-shaped lanterns. Musicians played cheerful melodies while storytellers attracted eager audiences. The entire city overflowed with excitement. Lian Hua stood before her bronze mirror. Today, she had dressed especially carefully. She wore a flowing light orange hanfu embroidered with delicate maple leaves and golden thread. Its wide sleeves fluttered gracefully whenever she moved. Her long black hair was half-tied behind her head, secured by a polished jade hairpin carved into the shape of blooming osmanthus flowers. A few soft strands framed her face naturally. Her maid had applied only the lightest touch of makeup. A hint of rosy color upon her lips. A faint blush across her cheeks. Enough to highlight her gentle features without appearing excessive. Lian Hua slowly turned before the mirror. Left. Then right. She smiled brightly. Not bad. She leaned closer. Actually, I'm quite pretty. Her maid covered her mouth to hide a smile. Inside Lian Hua's mind. No wonder Zhang Rui keeps looking at me. Wait. Am I praising myself? That's a little shameless. She giggled. Still, I hope he thinks I look nice today. Her cheeks became slightly pink. No, not just nice. Maybe breathtaking? She immediately covered her face. Lian Hua, control yourself. The maid quietly lowered her head. If she smiled any wider, her young miss would surely notice. Outside the room, the UN residence bustled with activity. Servants came and went carrying lanterns and cloaks. Master Yuan reminded everyone not to separate in the crowded streets. Madame Yuan rested comfortably while gently supporting her now noticeably rounded belly. She smiled as she watched the household prepare. Lian Hua, she called gently. Don't wander off. Lian Hua smiled sweetly. I won't, mother. Inside her mind. Unless I see something delicious. Or something interesting. Or Zhang Rui. Actually, if Zhang Rui is with me, then wandering around sounds perfectly reasonable. Madame Yuan pretended she hadn't heard that last part. Though the corners of her lips quietly lifted. Lian Hua stepped outside the residence. The cool autumn breeze welcomed her immediately. Golden leaves drifted gently across the courtyard. Lanterns already hung beneath the eaves despite the sun not having fully set. Then, inside her head, the familiar stream of thoughts began. She smiled unconsciously. Should I secretly peek at his wish? She immediately shook her head. No, that's rude. But I'm still curious. Lian Hua had barely waited 2 minutes by the front gate when a familiar figure appeared at the end of the stone-paved street. She looked up, then froze. General Zhang Rui was walking toward the UN residence with calm, unhurried steps. Today he was not dressed in his usual dark military robes. Instead, he wore a refined ash-gray robe embroidered with silver cloud patterns along the sleeves. The color suited him unexpectedly well, making his broad shoulders appear even more imposing while softening the sharpness of his usually stern features. His black hair was tied neatly with a jade crown, and the afternoon sunlight seemed to follow him wherever he walked. Lianhua stared. Her mind immediately exploded. Gray. He's wearing gray today. How can someone look this handsome in gray? 10 points. No. 100 points. Actually, that's still insulting. 1,000. Forget that. 1,000,000 points. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. If paintings could walk, they'd probably look like General Jean Rouet. Someone please stop him from becoming even more handsome. My poor heart has limits. Several servants nearby quietly lowered their heads, hiding their smiles. Not far away, Jean Rouet's ears slowly turned crimson. He had only just arrived, and he had already received 1,000,000 points. He cleared his throat lightly before stopping in front of her. Have I kept you waiting? Lianhua shook her head immediately. I've only been here for a short while. Her smile was so bright that it rivaled the autumn sunshine. Jean Rouet found himself smiling back. Shall we go? Yes, she answered without hesitation. The two walked side by side through the bustling streets of the capital. Neither spoke much. Yet neither felt awkward. Just walking together somehow felt peaceful. Lianhua stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Then another. And another. Inside her head. His side profile is unfair. How can someone look this handsome from every angle? Even the breeze seems to favor him. Her eyes drifted downward. To his hand. I wonder, would it be too bold if I held his hand? She immediately shook her head inwardly. No, this is ancient China. Young ladies should be reserved. Elegant. Proper. She sighed dramatically. But we're already engaged. Surely holding hands isn't that outrageous, right? Another sigh. Maybe it is. What if everyone stares? She secretly peeked at Jean Rouet again. Still, I really want to hold his hand. Just once. Even if it's only for a little while. If I manage it today, I won't have any regrets. I'll probably die smiling. Jean Rouet nearly stumbled. Please don't say things about dying so casually. He thought helplessly. His ears were already glowing red again. He lowered his gaze toward their sleeves. His heartbeat became noticeably faster. She's probably too shy. Then, perhaps I should be the bold one this time. He quietly took a deep breath. Very slowly. Very carefully. He let the back of his hand brush lightly against hers. It was so gentle that Lianhua almost thought she had imagined it. Her eyes widened. Her heart skipped several beats. He touched my hand. No. Maybe it was an accident? Should I? No. Before she could overthink herself into surrender. Her fingers timidly reached out and lightly hooked around his little finger. The moment their pinkies linked together, she immediately looked away. Her face became as red as autumn maple leaves. I actually did it. He didn't pull away. Help. I'm going to faint. Jean Rouet looked down. A smile slowly spread across his face. Without another word, he gently turned his hand over, interlacing his fingers with hers, holding her hand completely. Warm. Careful. As though he were holding something precious. Lianhua forgot how to breathe. My fiancé is holding my hand. Hee hee. My fiancé. She nearly laughed aloud from happiness. Jean Rouet's smile deepened. Their joined hands disappeared naturally beneath the long sleeves of their robes. Most passers-by never noticed. Those who did simply smiled knowingly. A few elderly women whispered happily. What a lovely young couple. They're well matched. May they grow old together. One cheerful child even pointed toward them. Mother, they're holding hands. His mother smiled warmly. Hush. They're engaged. It's only natural. Lianhua heard that. Her face somehow became even redder. The bustling market stretched before them. Everywhere she looked, colorful stalls lined the streets. Lanterns shaped like rabbits, lotus flowers, dragons, and butterflies swayed gently overhead. Vendors called out enthusiastically. Fresh osmanthus cakes. Sweet candied hawthorn. hand-painted fans, silk ribbons. Children laughed while chasing one another with glowing lanterns. Young scholars tried their luck at poetry contests. A storyteller drew a large crowd with an exciting tale of heroic generals and wandering swordsmen. Nearby, an old craftsman carefully carved tiny jade pendants while curious customers watched in admiration. The aroma of roasted chestnuts, grilled meat skewers, steamed buns, and freshly brewed tea drifted through the cool autumn air. Lianhua's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. So many things. She looked left, then right, then left again. Her thoughts raced faster than her feet. That lantern is adorable. Those pastries look delicious. Oh, that hairpin would look beautiful on Mother. Second brother would definitely buy every snack on the street if no one stopped him. Elder brother would probably pretend not to be interested, then secretly buy one for Lady Sue. She suddenly stopped. General. John Rue looked at her. She pointed toward a nearby stall where an elderly craftsman was carefully making small wooden animal figurines. Her eyes were shining. Can we look around first? John Rue followed her gaze, then looked back at her smiling face. He chuckled softly. Of course. As long as you're happy, we'll take our time. Lianhua's heart warmed once again. Inside her mind, one happy sentence quietly echoed over and over. If every ordinary day with him could be like this. I think I'd be the happiest person in both this life and my previous one. The autumn festival became one unforgettable memory after another. Lianhua and Jean Rue wandered through nearly every street in the capital. Sometimes she would excitedly pull him toward a stall. Sometimes he would quietly stop after noticing something she had been staring at for a long time. Without asking, he simply bought it. General, you don't have to keep buying things for me. Jean Rue glanced at the growing pile of little packages the servants were carrying behind them. I don't mind. You've only looked at them 3 times. Lianhua blinked. I did. You did. That obvious? Jean Rue chuckled. Very. Lianhua covered her face. No wonder he keeps buying me things. I should stop staring. But that rabbit lantern is really cute. Jean Rue followed her gaze. A few moments later, the rabbit lantern somehow found its way into her hands. She looked at him. He looked back calmly. You were looking at it. Lianhua laughed so brightly that several nearby vendors smiled along with her. They sampled almost every famous snack along the street. Warm roasted chestnuts, sweet osmanthus pastries, freshly grilled lamb skewers, sticky rice cakes wrapped in lotus leaves, candied hawthorn shining beneath the lantern light. Lianhua happily took a bite of an osmanthus cake. Her eyes widened. So delicious. Inside her head, if I could eat one every day. No. 2 every day. Actually, 3 isn't unreasonable. Jean Rue smiled helplessly. If Mother sees me eating this much, she'll probably remind me to eat vegetables. She probably will. Lianhua stopped chewing. She slowly turned toward him. You heard that. Jean Rue almost answered instinctively before catching himself. He quickly coughed into his fist. I guessed. Lianhua nodded seriously. You're very good at guessing. Jean Rue silently thanked fate for helping him survive that question. Later, they passed a booth where couples could write wishes upon small wooden plaques before hanging them beneath a centuries-old wishing tree. Lianhua became interested immediately. She carefully wrote a few words before quickly covering them. No peeking. Jean Rue smiled. I wasn't planning to. Liar. He's definitely curious. Actually, I kind of hope he's curious. Jean Rue looked toward the night sky to hide the smile threatening to appear. He also wrote his wish. Neither asked the other what they had written. Some wishes were sweeter when left as secrets. The two spent hours simply walking together, watching lanterns drift across the river, listening to musicians perform, watching children laugh, joining the crowd cheering during a lion dance. Even the ordinary moments somehow felt extraordinary. There were thousands of people surrounding them. Yet somehow, it felt as though the bustling capital had disappeared, leaving only the two of them. By the time the moon had climbed high into the night sky, Both of them were beginning to tire. Lianhua stretched slightly. My feet are starting to protest. Zhang Rui smiled. We've been walking for quite a while. Just then, they heard familiar voices. Lianhua turned. Not far away stood Yuan Jixuan. Beside him was Lady Su Yanqing. The two were walking shoulder to shoulder. Lady Su was carrying a small lotus lantern while Jixuan held several neatly wrapped packages in both hands. Apparently, he had also been busy buying gifts. The four of them met in the middle of the lively street. Jixuan smiled gently. Lianhua. General. Lady Su bowed politely. Young General. Lianhua. Lianhua immediately smiled back. Lady Su. Her thoughts instantly became lively again. They're walking so close. Elder brother actually learned. Good. Very good. Maybe next he'll start holding her hand too. Jixuan almost choked. Lady Su's ears turned pink. Zhang Rui quietly looked away, pretending not to notice. Jixuan glanced around before saying, We've been walking for almost the entire evening. Lady Su nodded. I think it's about time we had dinner. Lianhua's eyes immediately brightened. Dinner. Her stomach answered first. Actually, I'm hungry again. Those pastries disappeared too quickly. Zhang Rui couldn't help laughing softly. I know a restaurant nearby. The view overlooks the river. They serve excellent autumn crab porridge. Lianhua's eyes sparkled. Let's go. Jixuan chuckled. It seems my sister recovered her energy the moment she heard the word dinner. I did not. She protested immediately. Then her stomach chose that exact moment to let out a tiny growl. Silence. Lady Su covered her lips to hide a laugh. Zhang Rui lowered his head, his shoulders shaking slightly. Even Jixuan smiled warmly. Lianhua slowly covered her face with both sleeves. Inside her mind, she groaned dramatically. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The handsome man I like. My future sister-in-law. My own brother. All of them heard my stomach betray me. Can tonight get any more embarrassing? From beside her, Zhang Rui gently laughed. It isn't embarrassing. He looked at her with warm eyes. It only means you've been enjoying the festival. Lianhua peeked at him through her sleeve. Really? Really? She slowly lowered her sleeves. Then smiled again. Then let's eat. The four of them headed toward the riverside restaurant together, their laughter blending with the music, lanterns, and joyful voices filling the capital. Beneath the countless glowing lanterns of the autumn festival, the riverside restaurant was lively. Warm lanterns hung from the wooden beams, their golden glow reflecting upon the calm river outside. Gentle music drifted through the air while the fragrance of freshly cooked dishes filled the room. Steaming crab porridge, braised fish with ginger, lotus root soup, roasted duck, osmanthus wine for the adults and fragrant flower tea for the young ladies. The atmosphere was peaceful. Lianhua happily picked up another dumpling. This is delicious. Inside her head, however, if I stay here another hour, I'll definitely gain weight. Actually, that's tomorrow Lianhua's problem. Today's Lianhua deserves another dumpling. Without hesitation, she took another one. Zhang Rui watched her with amusement. Across the table, Lady Su lowered her eyes to hide a smile. Jixuan quietly poured tea for her. Lianhua immediately noticed. Elder brother has learned. Excellent. Keep it up. Soon you'll become the perfect husband. Jixuan nearly smiled into his teacup. Just then, the restaurant doors opened once more. Two familiar figures entered together. Yuan Jihao. Beside him, Lady Lin Shuya. The two seemed to have arrived for dinner after spending the evening at the festival. Jihao was carrying several festival prizes while Lady Lin held a delicate lotus lantern. The moment Jihao looked up, there you all are. He grinned. Lianhua immediately waved enthusiastically. Second brother. Lady Lin smiled politely before bowing toward everyone. Young General. Young Master Yuan. Lady Su. Lianhua. Zhang Rui stood slightly. If you don't mind, join us. We've only just started. Jihao laughed. Then I won't refuse. He gently pulled a chair away from the table before turning toward Lady Lin. My lady. After she sat down comfortably, Only then did he take the seat beside her. Lady Lin thanked him softly. Lianhua watched the entire scene. Then, inside her head, she silently raised both thumbs. Second brother. Very smooth. Full marks. Mother would definitely approve. Keep treating Lady Lin like this, and she'll never let you go. Lady Lin almost dropped her teacup. Her cheeks gradually turned pink. Jihao pretended to cough while secretly feeling rather pleased. He quickly called for another servant. Please add another braised fish. And another pot of tea. Also another plate of osmanthus cakes. Lianhua's eyes immediately sparkled. Second brother. You've become the best brother in the world. Jihao laughed. I knew someone would be happy. Soon, the table became even livelier. Jihao enthusiastically shared stories about the festival. Lady Su occasionally laughed softly. Lady Lin shyly joined the conversation. Jishuan listened with his usual calm smile. Zhang Rui quietly peeled shrimp for Lianhua without drawing attention to himself. She only noticed when another neatly peeled shrimp appeared inside her bowl. She looked toward him. He calmly continued eating, as though nothing had happened. Inside her mind, he's peeling shrimp for me. Mother, I'm going to cry. No, don't cry. It's only shrimp. Very romantic shrimp. Zhang Rui almost laughed aloud. The conversation flowed naturally. Before long, everyone had forgotten the outside world. Until a loud crash echoed. Bang! The lively conversations inside the restaurant abruptly stopped. Several guests turned toward the entrance. What happened? Another heavy sound followed. Wood splintered. Someone screamed outside. Then, the restaurant doors burst open. Several rough-looking men stormed inside. One table was violently overturned. Bowls shattered across the floor. A frightened waiter stumbled backward. Women cried out. Children immediately hid behind their parents. The cheerful atmosphere disappeared instantly. Move. Out of the way. Several guests hurriedly retreated. Some servants panicked and dropped trays onto the floor. Broken porcelain scattered everywhere. Lianhua instinctively stood. Her heart skipped violently. Before she could react, Zhang Rui was already beside her. His arm naturally moved protectively in front of her. Lianhua. His voice remained calm. Stay behind me. She obediently stepped closer, almost hiding behind his broad shoulder. Her heart raced. Inside her mind, what's happening? This wasn't in the novel. I don't remember anything like this. Did the story change again? Or is this something completely new? Wait, are they robbers? Assassins? Bandits? Debt collectors? Please don't tell me they're after the restaurant, because I haven't even finished my crab porridge. Even in such a tense moment, Jihao's shoulders twitched ever so slightly. She's still thinking about the porridge. Jishuan quietly moved Lady Su behind him. Lady Lin instinctively stepped closer to Jihao. Both brothers immediately became serious. The men did not seem interested in stealing food, nor were they robbing random customers. Instead, they slowly walked from table to table, scanning every person's face, as though they were searching for someone. The leader's cold eyes swept across the dining hall. Then, his gaze stopped. Directly on Zhang Rui's table, the restaurant suddenly fell into complete silence. Lianhua's heartbeat quickened. Oh no. Please don't tell me. They're here for us. The leader's eyes narrowed as he stared at their table. Around them, nearly 20 rough-looking men spread out, completely surrounding the restaurant. The cheerful atmosphere from moments ago had vanished. Guests hurried to hide beneath tables while servants crouched behind pillars, too frightened to move. The restaurant owner could only silently pray that his building would still be standing after tonight. Zhang Rui slowly stepped forward. His expression was calm. Too calm. Lianhua. He didn't turn around. Stay behind me. She nodded immediately. I will. Inside her mind. Stay behind him. Don't panic. He's General Zhang Rui. He defeated an entire army. These people aren't even worth his attention. Right? Jihao had already pulled Lady Lin Shuya safely behind him. His usually playful smile disappeared. If you want to touch Lady Lin, He folded his fan. You'll have to step over me first. Lady Lin looked at him in surprise. A faint blush crept onto her face despite the dangerous situation. Jixuan also guided Lady Su behind him while quietly picking up a sturdy wooden chair. If necessary. I suppose this will do. Lady Su couldn't help smiling despite herself. Even now, her fiancé remained composed. The rough men tightened the circle. More footsteps echoed outside. Another dozen armed men rushed inside. The restaurant was now completely surrounded. There was no escape. The leader slowly smiled. General Xing, I have no grievance against you. I'm merely carrying out someone's orders. He pointed toward Lady Lin. Hand over Lady Lin Xia. And we'll leave peacefully. Jihao's expression darkened immediately. He pulled Lady Lin farther behind him. She's not going anywhere. The leader sighed dramatically. What troublesome young people. A metallic sound echoed through the room. Xing. Zhang Rui smoothly drew a long sword from beneath his outer robe. Lianhua blinked. Inside her head. Wait. Where did that come from? He's been hiding a sword under his robe this entire time? General. You're like a magician. Amazing. Even in such a tense situation. Zhang Rui almost smiled. The sword pointed calmly toward the leader. No one. He spoke evenly. Is leaving with Lady Lin. The leader chuckled. Then. So be it. He raised one hand. Take them. The restaurant exploded into chaos. Several men charged straight toward Zhang Rui. Others rushed toward Jihao and Jixuan. Tables overturned. Bowls shattered. Lanterns swung violently overhead. Steel clashed against steel. Cling. Zhang Rui met the first attacker head-on. One swing. Another. Two men were already sent crashing across the floor. A third tried attacking from behind. Without even looking, Zhang Rui spun elegantly. The flat of his blade struck the man's wrist. The weapon flew through the air. Another kick followed. The unfortunate attacker landed inside an empty wine barrel. Jihao wasn't idle either. Using only his folding fan and a nearby stool, he knocked one attacker squarely into another. I told you. I'm in a very good mood today. Don't ruin it. Jixuan blocked another man's strike using the wooden chair. The chair broke in half. What a pity. Then immediately punched the attacker in the face. Seeing their companions losing ground, several rough men suddenly threw small cloth packets onto the floor. Poof! White powder exploded everywhere. Smoke instantly filled the restaurant. People screamed. I can't see. Watch out. Cough. The entire dining hall disappeared beneath a thick white cloud. Lianhua covered her mouth. Her heart raced wildly. Smoke. Smoke bombs. They're prepared. This wasn't random. They planned everything. She hid for a while then. She looked around desperately. I have to help. Then immediately froze. How? I don't know martial arts. I can't even lift a sword properly. As the smoke quickly dissipated, she looked left. Right. Up. Down. Nothing. Then, her eyes landed on the dining table. Still sitting there was a bamboo basket, filled with freshly steamed dumplings. Lianhua blinked. Actually, food can also be a weapon. Without another thought, she grabbed a large handful. Then, hiya! She threw them with all her strength. One steaming dumpling flew beautifully through the faint smoky air, straight toward one of the rough men. The man instinctively opened his mouth to shout. The dumpling landed perfectly inside. He blinked. Chewed once. Twice. His eyes widened. Not bad. It actually tastes pretty good. Everyone nearby froze. Even the fighting seemed to pause for half a heartbeat. The smoke has disappeared. The man slowly looked toward where the dumpling had come from. His eyes landed directly on Lianhua. You! Lianhua stiffened. Oh no! He's looking at me. He's definitely angry. I'm finished. Panicking completely, she grabbed another handful. Then another. Dumpling attack. One after another. Soft, steaming dumplings flew through the air. The rough man, completely confused, subconsciously kept opening his mouth. Another one. Delicious. Another. Mushroom filling? Another. Even better. Lianhua's eyes grew wider. Why is he eating them? You're supposed to dodge them, not review the flavor. Completely flustered, she continued throwing dumplings anyway. The man continued catching them with astonishing accuracy. 1, 2, 5, 8. Another attacker beside him became curious. Brother, let me try one. A dumpling immediately smacked him squarely on the forehead. Missed, Lianhua muttered. The first man sighed. What a waste. He bent down, picked it up, blew the dust off, and ate it anyway. Still good. Several hidden guests watching from beneath nearby tables could no longer endure it. One elderly scholar burst into laughter. Another merchant covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently. Even Lady Su had to lower her head to hide her smile. Lady Lin covered her lips, trying desperately not to laugh aloud. Jihao, in the middle of fighting two opponents, caught sight of the scene. He almost dropped his fan. Lianhua, why are you feeding the enemy? Lianhua nearly cried. I wasn't trying to. Inside her mind, she wailed dramatically. I wanted to knock him unconscious. Why did I accidentally discover his favorite food instead? Even Jean Rue, while parrying another attack, couldn't stop the corner of his lips from lifting. Only Lianhua could turn a life-or-death battle into a dumpling banquet. The first rough man happily swallowed the last dumpling and patted his stomach. Not bad. No. He nodded seriously. That was the best dumpling I've ever eaten. Another rough man who had just climbed over an overturned table immediately frowned. Brother, you've already eaten 10. Leave some for us. What if the young lady throws another one? I want one too. The first man immediately shielded his mouth. No, these are mine. Another burly man scratched his head. Actually, I'd also like the young lady to throw one at me. I've never been fed by such a beautiful lady before. A younger man beside him corrected him honestly. Brother, she's not feeding you. She's trying to knock you unconscious. Oh, still counts. It came from her hand. The others nodded in agreement. That's true. That's true. I'd accept it too. The entire restaurant suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Lianhua stood frozen in place, still clutching the bamboo basket of dumplings. She slowly looked at the men. Then, she slowly turned toward Jean Rue. Their eyes met. Her face instantly became bright red. Inside her mind, General, help. This somehow became even stranger. I wasn't trying to feed anyone. I was trying to save everyone. Can I pretend I don't exist? She awkwardly smiled at him. Then, very slowly, she lowered herself behind the table while still holding the basket. Only her eyes remained visible. Her expression practically screamed. I'm not here. Please don't look at me. Jean Rue looked at her hiding behind the overturned table. Then at the rough men. His eyebrows slowly twitched. For the first time that evening, General Jean Rue felt jealous. Very jealous. He calmly picked up an abandoned sword lying nearby. Without warning, he tossed it toward the leader. The leader barely caught it. Jean Rue raised his own sword again. If you wish to fight. His voice was colder than winter frost. Fight me. Stop bothering the young lady. The temperature inside the restaurant seemed to drop instantly. The smiling expression on Jean Rue's face had disappeared completely. His sharp eyes swept over every rough man present. Several of them unconsciously straightened their backs. The first dumpling-eating man raised both hands innocently. General, we're not bothering her. We just wanted to experience what brother experienced. Another man nodded vigorously. Exactly. I've never had a young lady throw dumplings at me before. It feels strangely heartwarming. A third scratched his beard thoughtfully. Actually, it wasn't feeding. It was more like, he demonstrated with his hand, being attacked with food. Another man immediately corrected him. Wrong. It was elegant food projection. Several others nodded seriously. That sounds more accurate. Very accurate. The restaurant owner, who had been hiding beneath the counter the entire time, stared blankly. Elegant. Food projection? Even the guests watching from beneath overturned tables couldn't endure it anymore. I've never witnessed bandits arguing over dumplings, the elderly scholar said. They continued laughing until tears appeared in their eyes. I thought they were here to kidnap someone. They're lining up for dumplings instead. Lady Su leaned against Jishuan's shoulder, trying desperately to suppress her laughter. Lady Lin had already covered her entire face with both sleeves. Her shoulders shook nonstop. Jihao wasn't doing much better. He pointed at the rough men while laughing so hard he almost dropped his folding fan. So, you stormed into a restaurant, threatened everyone, and now you're asking my sister to throw dumplings at you? One particularly honest rough man nodded earnestly. When you put it that way, it does sound rather embarrassing. Another sighed. We may have lost focus. The leader finally snapped. Enough. He slapped the back of one man's head. We're here for Lady Lin, not dinner. The dumpling-eating man rubbed his head. Can we kidnap her after eating? The leader looked at him in utter disbelief. Have you completely forgotten our mission? A little. At that moment, even Zhang Rui couldn't maintain his cold expression. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lianhua peeked over the edge of the table again. Inside her mind, are these really villains? They're so unserious. I almost feel bad for laughing. No. Focus, Lianhua. Lady Lin is still in danger. Although, she glanced at the basket in her hands. I still have 6 dumplings left. The first rough man immediately raised his hand like an obedient student. Young lady, I volunteer. The leader finally exploded. Would you stop asking for dumplings? The restaurant erupted into laughter. Even the frightened children hiding behind their parents began giggling. For one absurd moment, the life-and-death confrontation had somehow transformed into the strangest dinner gathering anyone in the capital had ever witnessed. Only Lianhua could accidentally turn a kidnapping into a debate over who deserved the last dumpling. She looked at the row of rough-looking men. Then she looked at the basket. Then back at the men again. Her eyes suddenly brightened. I have an idea. She didn't say it aloud, but her thoughts echoed clearly. Maybe, if they're willing to stop fighting for dumplings, I can just bribe them with more food. Everyone in the restaurant froze. Even the bandits blinked. They're obviously hungry. Hungry people are easier to negotiate with, right? Father always says people think more clearly on a full stomach. Well, I think he said something similar, probably. She slowly stepped out from behind the overturned table. Zhang Rui instinctively reached out. Lianhua. She smiled reassuringly. I'm all right. Then she raised the basket high with both hands. Her clear voice finally sounded throughout the restaurant. If everyone stared at her. If all of you promise to stop fighting. She lifted another dumpling. I'll give everyone more dumplings. Silence. The first burly man who had been happily swallowing dumplings immediately raised both hands. I agree. The others whipped around to look at him. He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Another man beside him nodded pitifully. Me too. My stomach has been growling since this morning. A third rubbed his belly. The young lady makes a convincing offer. The leader's face darkened. Are all of you serious? The first man nodded. Leader, think about it. We haven't even been paid. Another immediately chimed in. That's right. The employer said we'd receive the money after finishing the job. We're working on empty stomachs. A skinny man counted on his fingers. No breakfast. No lunch. And now we have to fight General Xing? He sighed dramatically. This isn't worth it. Another rough man raised a finger. I have one condition. Everyone looked toward him. He cleared his throat solemnly. Can we also have meat? The restaurant became quiet again. And, he coughed awkwardly, some wine. If there's roasted pork too. I'll surrender immediately. Several men nodded enthusiastically. I support Brother Liu. I also want wine. Braised pork. Roast duck. Can we have noodles too? The owner of the restaurant stared at them in disbelief. Excuse me. Are you ordering? One of the men smiled politely. If possible. The guests burst into laughter again. Lianhua blinked. Her eyes slowly widened. They're negotiating dinner. Actual dinner. This kidnapping has become a banquet. She looked toward the restaurant owner. Owner. The poor man instinctively stood straighter. Yes, young lady? Could you please prepare more dumplings? She glanced at the men. And roasted meat. The braised pork too. Oh. And several jars of wine. If they're willing to cooperate peacefully, they can all eat. The owner looked at Jean Rouet. Then at the bandits. Then back at Lianhua. His brain completely stopped working. Young lady, you're feeding the kidnappers? Lianhua nodded earnestly. They're hungry. They'll probably listen better after eating. The entire restaurant fell into another strange silence. Even Lady Lin Xia whispered softly. That somehow makes sense. Lady Su covered her lips with her sleeve. I've never seen anyone negotiate with dumplings before. Jihao leaned against the table laughing until tears gathered in his eyes. My sister is terrifying in a completely different way. Jishuan sighed helplessly. I don't know whether to admire her or worry. Meanwhile, the rough men had already begun discussing the menu among themselves. I want lamb. I want fish. No, roasted chicken. Can we take leftovers home? The leader finally roared. Enough. We're kidnappers. We're supposed to be threatening people. The first burly man looked at him sincerely. But leader, when was the last time anyone offered us hot food instead of a sword? The leader opened his mouth. He couldn't answer. Another scratched his beard. We're not evil because we enjoy it. We're poor. If someone feeds us, why are we still fighting? One man quietly wiped the corner of his eye. It's strangely touching. The leader smacked him on the back of his head. Don't cry. I'm not crying. It's the smell of the dumplings. Lianhua couldn't help smiling. Then, does everyone agree? Almost every rough man raised his hand. We surrender. We surrender too. As long as there's meat. And wine. The leader looked around. One by one. Every single one of his men had abandoned him. One was already helping the restaurant owner straighten overturned chairs. Another had picked up broken bowls. A third apologized to frightened guests. I'm terribly sorry. I accidentally knocked over your table. I'll clean it. The guests stared blankly. These are the politest bandits I've ever seen. Jean Rouet finally let out a long sigh. He sheathed his sword. His fiancée had somehow turned an armed kidnapping into a peace negotiation centered around dumplings, roast pork, and wine. Only Yuan Lianhua could accomplish something so unbelievable. He stepped beside her, his expression calm once more. If my lady has spoken, then I shall agree. The rough men immediately brightened. But Jean Rouet's voice suddenly became sharp. His commanding aura instantly returned. My conditions stand. His gaze swept across every bandit. You will surrender your weapons. You will compensate the owner for every broken table, chair, bowl, and cup. You will personally clean this restaurant. And after you've eaten, he folded his arms. You will calmly accompany us to the minister's office. The smiles on the rough men's faces slowly disappeared. Minister's office? Jean Rouet nodded. Correct. You'll confess everything. You'll reveal who hired you. And if you cooperate honestly, I'll personally ask the magistrate to consider your cooperation when judging your case. The men exchanged glances. Finally, the first burly man grinned. Deal. He raised his hand proudly. But he pointed at the steaming basket in Lianhua's hands. Can we eat first? Even Jean Rouet couldn't stop the faint smile that appeared on his face. Yes, but one dumpling at a time. The leader slowly lowered his sword. His eyes swept over his men. Just moments ago they had been shouting, swinging blades, and charging around the restaurant. Now, one was helping the owner stack broken stools. Another was sweeping shattered porcelain into a neat pile. A third was happily discussing whether roasted duck tasted better than braised pork. He pinched the bridge of his nose. These fools. The first burly man waved enthusiastically. Leader, I think the young lady is really treating us. Another added excitedly. I saw the cook bring out fresh pork. The wine jars are real too. A younger man whispered. I haven't had meat in over a month. The leader's expression softened. He knew every one of these men. None of them had been born bandits. Some had lost their farmland to floods. Some had become refugees after years of drought. Others had been laborers who could no longer find work. They had survived by accepting dangerous jobs from mysterious employers who always hid their identities. This kidnapping was supposed to be enough money to keep them alive through the coming winter. Instead, they had encountered General Xing Zhanrui, the man whose victories were known throughout the empire. The leader glanced toward the young general. During their brief exchange of swords, Zhanrui had never once aimed to kill. Every strike had simply knocked weapons aside or forced them back. Not a single fatal wound. Not a single ruthless attack. The leader finally understood. The young general had been showing mercy from the beginning. He let out a long sigh. We've lost. There was no shame in admitting it. Against General Xing, there had never been much hope to begin with. He walked forward, placed his sword carefully on the floor, then bowed deeply. General Xing, my brothers and I surrender. His voice carried genuine sincerity. We only accepted this commission because we had no food. The employer promised us silver after Lady Lin was delivered. We had not even received an advance payment. He lowered his head further. My men and I are willing to cooperate. We will tell everything we know. We will accept whatever punishment the law decides. As long as... He glanced at the men eagerly staring toward the kitchen. They can have their meal first. The restaurant fell silent. Then, Lianhua smiled brightly. Of course. People should never go hungry. Inside her mind, Mother always said a full stomach makes people kinder. Actually, I don't remember if Mother really said that, but it sounds right. Zhanrui couldn't help smiling faintly. His fiancée truly was one of a kind. Soon afterward, the kitchen became unbelievably busy. Steam filled the air. Fresh baskets of dumplings arrived one after another. Roasted duck glistened under warm oil. Braised pork released an irresistible aroma. Whole steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, fragrant rice, and several jars of wine followed behind. The rough men stared with shining eyes. Is this heaven? One of them quietly wiped away a tear. Another immediately nodded. The young lady is kinder than my own relatives. The restaurant owner laughed helplessly. Eat. But after eating, you'll really be cleaning every table. The men answered in perfect unison. Yes, owner. The guests burst into laughter once more. Even Lady Lin Xia relaxed completely. She leaned toward Lianhua. I never imagined that my kidnapping would end with everyone sharing food. Lianhua scratched her cheek awkwardly. I didn't imagine it either. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, the earlier screams had spread through the entire street. Panicked pedestrians hurried toward the nearest patrol. Bandits. There are bandits inside. They're attacking General Xing. The ladies are trapped. Within moments, a squad of armored soldiers rushed toward the restaurant. Their captain drew his saber. Surround the building. No one escapes. The soldiers quickly blocked every exit. The crowd gathered farther back, whispering anxiously. I heard dozens of men went inside. There must be blood everywhere. I hope General Xing is safe. The captain took a deep breath, then shouted, Break the door. Yes, Captain. With a loud bang, the doors flew open. The soldiers charged inside. Everyone froze. The captain blinked once, then twice. The terrifying battle he had imagined simply didn't exist. Instead, the rough-looking bandits sat neatly around several tables. Each held a pair of chopsticks. One happily stuffed dumplings into his mouth. Another carefully peeled roasted duck. Someone else raised a wine cup. Brother, pass the pork. After you finish that fish. No cheating. The guests were calmly eating as well. Jihao laughed while talking with Lady Lin. Jixuan quietly served vegetables to Lady Su. Lianhua happily nibbled on another dumpling beside Zhanrui. Only the broken tables and scattered chairs piled against one wall hinted that a fight had ever taken place. The soldiers stood rooted to the floor. One young guard whispered, "Captain, did we come to the wrong restaurant?" Another scratched his helmet. "I thought there was a kidnapping." The captain slowly looked around. So did I. The entire street had fallen silent. Even the curious onlookers stretched their necks through the doorway. "Why? Is everyone eating?" At that moment, John Rouet calmly stood. He walked toward the bewildered soldiers. His robes remained spotless despite the earlier battle. He cupped his fists politely. "Captain, the disturbance has ended." The captain looked past him. "Ended?" John Rouet nodded. "The men have surrendered. They have agreed to cooperate fully. They are currently fulfilling the first condition." The captain looked confused. "First condition?" John Rouet answered with complete seriousness. "They were hungry. So Lady Yuan requested that they eat before being escorted to the magistrate's office." The captain slowly turned toward Lianhua. She gave him an embarrassed little smile and lowered her head. Inside her mind, when he says it out loud, it really does sound ridiculous. The captain looked back at the happily eating bandits, then at General Xing, then at Lady Yuan. Finally, he sighed deeply. "In 20 years of serving as a soldier, I have arrested thieves. I have fought rebels. I have captured assassins." He paused. "But this is the first time I've had to wait for criminals to finish lunch." The restaurant erupted with laughter. Even the surrendered bandits laughed sheepishly. The captain finally sheathed his saber. "Very well." He shook his head with a helpless smile. "We'll wait." One of the bandits immediately raised his hand politely. "Captain." The captain looked at him. "Yes. Would you like some dumplings while you're waiting?" For a brief moment, the captain seriously considered saying yes. The restaurant slowly returned to its usual rhythm. The last bamboo steamer was finally emptied. The final bowl of soup had been scraped clean. One by one, the rough men stood up with satisfied expressions. The first burly man rubbed his full stomach and let out a content sigh. "I haven't eaten this well in years." Another nodded vigorously. "If prison meals are half as good as this, I won't complain." The leader immediately smacked the back of his head. "We don't even know if we're going to prison yet." "Right. Still worth the dumplings." The surrounding guests burst into another round of laughter. The captain of the patrol shook his head helplessly. "Have all of you finished?" The men nodded in perfect unison. "Yes, Captain." The leader stepped forward and bowed respectfully toward Lianhua. "Young Lady Yuan, thank you. I don't know what punishment awaits us, but we'll never forget this meal." His men also bowed together. "Thank you, young lady." "Thank you, General. We'll confess honestly. We'll even point out the employer if we see him." John Rouet gave a small nod. "Good." He turned toward the captain. "Captain Liu, I'll follow shortly. There are still a few matters to settle here." The captain cupped his fists. "I understand, General." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers escorted the now unusually obedient bandits out of the restaurant. Instead of ropes and shouting, the men walked quietly in 2 neat lines. One even helped an elderly woman step over a broken chair before leaving. The old woman blinked. "Such polite bandits." The restaurant owner sighed. "The capital truly has everything." Soon the restaurant became quiet again. Only Lianhua's group remained. Jixuan stood. "So, I suppose we should return as well." Lady Su nodded gently. Lady Lin also rose from her seat. Lianhua suddenly remembered something. "Oh, the bill." She hurried toward the owner. "Owner, how much do we owe?" The owner laughed warmly and waved both hands. "Young lady, there's no need. The general already settled every table. He even paid for all the food your guests ate." He glanced toward the street where the surrendered bandits had disappeared, including theirs. Lianhua blinked. She slowly turned toward Jean Rouet. The image of him standing protectively before her earlier suddenly resurfaced. His cold expression, his slightly jealous eyes, the way he had told everyone not to bother her. Then, her lips curled into a tiny smile. Inside her mind, he looked so serious earlier. "Next time, I'll prepare food for him myself. Maybe I'll feed him personally." Just one bite. No. Maybe several bites. He's always protecting everyone. He should be spoiled sometimes too. She couldn't help giggling softly. Her cheeks slowly turned pink. The fortunate listeners immediately exchanged amused glances. Jean Rouet's ears, predictably, turned bright red. Jihao leaned closer to Lady Lin and whispered just loud enough for her alone. That sounds nice. Lady Lin blinked. What does? Jihao smiled mischievously. I also want my future wife to feed me. Lady Lin's face instantly turned scarlet. Second young Master Yuan. We're still outside. Jihao chuckled. I know. I'm just preparing for the future. Lady Lin lightly tapped his sleeve with her fan. You really learned from your sister. Nearby. Lady Su smiled sweetly before looking at Jixuan. Then, I shall also feed my husband after our wedding. Jixuan froze. Husband. The single word alone made his face turn completely red. Lady Su covered her lips with her sleeve, laughing softly. It seems fair. If Lady Yuan can think of such romantic things, why can't we? Jixuan cleared his throat several times. I have no objections. Jihao immediately laughed. Elder brother. You're blushing. I am not. You are. I am merely warm. Lady Su tilted her head innocently. Then perhaps I'll fan you. She gently waved her silk fan toward him. Jixuan looked away entirely. His ears had become even redder. Lianhua watched all of them with sparkling eyes. Inside her mind, look at them. They're all so sweet. This is much better than that ridiculous original novel. Everyone deserves to be happy. The listeners smiled quietly. Although public displays of affection were uncommon in ancient time, Lianhua's innocent, straightforward way of expressing affection had unknowingly influenced everyone around her. Simple gestures, sharing food, holding hands, looking after one another. They were small things. Yet they made love feel warm instead of distant. Soon everyone stepped outside. The evening breeze carried the scent of roasted chestnuts from nearby stalls. The streets were still lively with festival lanterns. Jihao naturally walked beside Lady Lin. I'll escort you home. Lady Lin lowered her head shyly. Yes. The others followed behind at an unhurried pace. When they reached the Lin residence, Minister Lin and his wife hurried out after hearing what had happened. The moment they learned of the attempted kidnapping, their faces paled. Minister Lin immediately bowed deeply. General Xing. Young Masters Yuan. Lady Yuan. You have my deepest gratitude. If not for all of you. He could not finish his sentence. Lady Lin gently held her mother's hand. I'm safe, father. Jean Rouet stepped forward calmly. The investigation has already begun. By tomorrow morning, we should know who orchestrated today's incident. I ask your household to remain cautious tonight. Minister Lin nodded solemnly. We shall. My family owes all of you a great debt. After exchanging farewells, they continued onward. Next, they escorted Lady Su home. The journey was much quieter. Jixuan walked beside her almost the entire way. Neither spoke much. Yet every so often, their sleeves brushed together. That evening, as the siblings entered the Yuan residence, they immediately saw Master Yuan walking briskly toward them. The two maids who had returned ahead of them had already reported everything that had happened at the restaurant. Master Yuan's usually composed face carried a trace of worry. He looked at his children one by one. Is everyone all right? We're all fine, father, Jixuan replied with a smile. Jihao nodded. The matter has already been resolved. General Jean Rouet stayed behind to assist with the investigation. Master Yuan finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good. His gaze landed on Lianhua for a moment. Seeing that she was unharmed, he gently said, Go back and rest. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. Yes, father. The three siblings bowed respectfully before heading toward their own courtyards. Lianhua returned to her room feeling pleasantly exhausted. Her maid had already prepared warm water. She washed her face, brushed out her long hair, changed into a comfortable set of pale blue sleeping clothes, and sat by the edge of her bed. Her eyes wandered to the small bundle of things she had bought during the festival. the embroidered sachet, the painted fan, the little rabbit lantern, and a pair of matching jade pendants she had secretly bought. Her cheeks turned slightly pink. I'll look through them tomorrow. She carefully placed everything back onto the corner table. After blowing out the candles, she slipped beneath her blanket. Today's events replayed in her mind. The festival. Holding hands with Jean Rouet. The ridiculous dumpling bandits. His jealous expression. She couldn't help smiling into her pillow. What a strange day. Within moments, sleep quietly claimed her. Outside, the autumn breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves as the Yuan residents gradually fell into silence, waiting for whatever tomorrow would bring. Meanwhile, at the magistrate's office, the atmosphere was surprisingly calm. The group of former bandits sat in a neat row, each with a bowl of hot tea and steamed buns that had been provided after their meal at the restaurant. Not a single one attempted to run. Their leader scratched the back of his head awkwardly. We've already surrendered, so we'll tell you everything. The magistrate's captain exchanged a glance with Jean Rouet before nodding. Very well. Start from the beginning. The questioning lasted well into the evening. To everyone's surprise, the bandits cooperated without hiding anything. They admitted that over the months they had accepted small jobs from wealthy people. Sometimes they intimidated merchants into selling goods cheaply. Sometimes they acted as escorts for suspicious cargo. Occasionally, they frightened debtors into paying back money. But we never killed anyone, their leader hurriedly added. We scared people, yes, but taking lives? We never crossed that line. Another bandit nodded vigorously. We're hungry, not heartless. Several soldiers almost laughed. The captain wrote everything down. So today's kidnapping was your biggest job? Yes, the leader sighed. We were promised a large reward after delivering Lady Lin Shuya to an abandoned temple west of Mount Qing. He reached into his clothes and carefully produced a folded piece of paper. This is the agreement. The captain accepted it. The paper contained instructions written in neat handwriting. Kidnap Lady Lin. Beat her enough to ruin her appearance. Leave her inside the abandoned temple. Payment would only be made after confirmation. Everyone in the room frowned. What a vicious scheme. General Jean Rouet calmly asked. Who hired you? The leader answered honestly. We never met the real employer. It was a servant. One of the younger bandits suddenly raised his hand. I remember him. Everyone looked over. I've seen that servant before. Where? At the marketplace. He was following Lady Huarong. Another bandit quickly nodded. That's right. He often carried shopping baskets behind her. I remember because Lady Hua was arguing with another young lady that day. The captain's eyes narrowed. So you're certain? We're certain. General Jean Rouet spoke calmly. Captain. I understand. The captain immediately summoned several trusted constables. Quietly investigate the Hua residence. No one is to alarm the Hua family. If Lady Huarong truly orchestrated this, gather every piece of evidence before making an arrest. Yes, the constables departed immediately. Before dawn, the investigation produced results. Several servants confessed after questioning. Letters, payments, witnesses. Everything pointed toward Lady Huarong. It turned out that ever since the flower viewing gathering months ago, Huarong had harbored deep resentment toward Lady Lin Shuya. After Shuya gradually distanced herself and refused to indulge Huarong's gossip and schemes, Huarong considered it a betrayal. Her anger only grew after learning that Lady Lin had become close to Yuan Jihao, especially when rumors spread that the Yuan and Lin families intended to discuss a future marriage. Jealousy slowly twisted into hatred. If I cannot have a better future, Huarong had once told her maid, then neither will she. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong method. She was taken into custody before sunrise and brought in for questioning. Faced with overwhelming evidence, even her maid confessed. Under the laws of the empire, ordering the kidnapping and intended assault of a noble lady was a serious crime. Lady Huarong would be punished according to the law, while every servant involved would also receive appropriate sentences. As for the former bandits, the magistrate considered their case carefully. They had committed crimes. But they had confessed voluntarily. They had surrendered peacefully. They had cooperated fully. Most importantly, none of them had taken innocent lives. After discussing the matter with General Jean Rouet, the magistrate announced the verdict. You will each serve 1 year. The bandits lowered their heads. However, the magistrate continued. You will not spend that entire year locked inside prison. Confused faces lifted. You will perform public labor, repair roads, strengthen bridges, transport supplies, assist villages rebuilding irrigation canals. You will receive meals every day and 2 coins salary. If your conduct remains good throughout the year, your records will be reconsidered. For a long moment, the bandits simply stared. Then their leader suddenly knelt. Thank you, Your Honor. The others quickly followed. We'll work hard. We won't return to this life again. The restaurant owner, who had also come to give his testimony, smiled warmly. They already helped repair my restaurant before coming here. They worked honestly. If they truly change after serving their sentence, I'll gladly hire them. They can guard my restaurant and help transport supplies. The former bandits looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. One of them quietly wiped away tears. We finally have another chance. After everything had been recorded, the captain walked beside General Jean Rouet as they left the magistrate's office. Moonlight stretched across the stone streets. There is something I've been wondering. Jean Rouet looked toward him. When you fought those men, you clearly could have defeated them much faster. So why hold back? Jean Rouet answered calmly. The moment they drew their weapons, I already understood. The captain waited. Their grips were unstable. Their footwork lacked discipline. Their coordination was poor. They had strength, but no battlefield experience. He paused before continuing. Most importantly, veteran killers move differently. Their eyes, their breathing, the way they commit to every strike. These men hesitated. They swung loudly. They shouted often. They wanted people frightened enough to surrender. They weren't trying to kill. The captain slowly recalled the battle. The captain looked at the young general with newfound admiration. As expected of someone who has commanded armies since such a young age, you judge them after only a few exchanges. Jean Rouet simply smiled. Battles teach many things. Sometimes, the difference between an enemy and a desperate man is only one careful look. The captain nodded deeply. At that moment, he understood why the emperor trusted General Jean Rouet so completely. It was not merely because he knew how to win wars. It was because he also knew when not to kill. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The lively autumn festival gradually came to an end, leaving behind fond memories, colorful lanterns, and streets returning to their usual rhythm. But before the excitement completely faded, another joyous occasion arrived. It was the long-awaited wedding of Yuan Jixuan and Lady Su Yanqing. From the early hours before sunrise, the Yuan residence was already bustling with activity. Servants hurried across the courtyards carrying trays wrapped in red silk, embroidered wedding robes, lacquered boxes filled with jewelry, and baskets overflowing with peanuts, lotus seeds, dates, and longans, symbols of blessings for the newlyweds. The entire residence was decorated in brilliant shades of crimson. Red lanterns hung beneath every corridor. Silk ribbons fluttered gently in the autumn breeze. Golden, double happiness characters adorned every doorway. Even the usually solemn guards smiled as guests arrived one after another. Lianhua had been awake before dawn. Wearing a pale pink hanfu with white floral embroidery, she had tied her hair into an elegant half-up style decorated with tiny pearl blossoms and a jade butterfly pin. She looked around the courtyard proudly. I helped decorate this. Her lips curved into a satisfied smile. During the past several days, she had been busier than anyone expected. She personally arranged fresh flowers throughout Jixuan's courtyard. She directed servants where to hang the lanterns. She even spent an entire afternoon choosing the colors of the bedding for the bridal chamber. No, the red blanket should be on top. The phoenix embroidery should face the dragon. Oh, move the candles a little farther apart. The table should have more pastries. And where are the candied lotus seeds? The servants couldn't help smiling. Their usually carefree young miss had suddenly become incredibly serious. Even Madame Yuan chuckled. Lianhua looks more nervous than the groom. That immediately made her blush. I just want everything to be perfect. She had also prepared her wedding gift days in advance. It was a pair of exquisitely embroidered sachets. She had secretly embroidered them herself. One carried bamboo leaves representing Jixuan's steadfast character. The other was embroidered with blooming plum blossoms, symbolizing Yanqing's gentle resilience. Inside each sachet she placed dried osmanthus petals and calming herbs. She hoped the fragrance would accompany them throughout their married life. Alongside the sachets was a handwritten letter. It simply read, "May you laugh together in times of joy, hold hands through times of hardship, and never regret choosing each other." When Madame Yuan secretly read it while helping prepare the gifts, her eyes softened. Our Lianhua has truly grown. Lianhua scratched her cheek shyly. I only wrote what I felt. Soon, joyful music echoed outside. The groom is ready. The entire household became lively. Jixuan emerged wearing magnificent crimson wedding robes embroidered with silver cranes and golden clouds. His usually calm face looked surprisingly nervous. Jihao immediately burst into laughter. Elder brother, are your hands shaking? They are not. They're definitely shaking. They are not. Lianhua peeked from behind a pillar before giggling in her mind. My dignified eldest brother looks like he's about to take the imperial examination instead of getting married. No wonder Lady Su likes him. He's handsome, responsible, and adorably nervous. Jixuan's ears immediately turned red. Jihao nearly doubled over from trying not to laugh. Master Yuan cleared his throat. Enough teasing. Although, even he was smiling. Soon, the bridal procession departed for the Su residence. By tradition, Jixuan personally led the wedding entourage with gifts, musicians, and attendants following behind. After the ceremonial greetings and blessings from the Su family, Lady Su Yanqing was escorted out wearing an elegant crimson phoenix wedding gown. A beautiful red bridal veil covered her face. Although no one could see her expression, everyone knew she was smiling beneath it. Lianhua clasped her hands together excitedly. Yanqing must be so happy. Look at my brother. He's standing so straight, but I bet his heart is beating louder than the drums. Jixuan silently looked away. Jihao leaned over. Elder brother, you've been exposed again. Quiet. The wedding procession returned triumphantly to the Yuan residence, amid cheers from the surrounding streets. Children tossed flower petals. Neighbors offered congratulations. The musicians played joyful melodies all the way home. When the newlyweds entered the main hall, they performed the traditional wedding rites. First, they bowed to heaven and earth. Second, they bowed respectfully to Master Yuan and Madame Yuan, who accepted the ceremony with warm smiles and heartfelt blessings. Finally, they bowed to each other as husband and wife. The hall erupted into applause. Lianhua suddenly felt her eyes becoming watery. They're really married now. This is so much better than the original story. Yanqing no longer has to suffer that terrible marriage. Big brother finally found someone who truly cherishes him. She quickly wiped the corner of her eyes. Don't cry. Today's supposed to be happy. Nearby, Xing Zhanrui quietly handed her a clean handkerchief. Without saying a word, Lianhua looked up at him in surprise, then accepted it with a tiny smile. Thank you. Their eyes met briefly. Both of them smiled. Jihao noticed the exchange immediately. He leaned toward Lady Lin Xia and whispered, I have a feeling our wedding next spring is going to be just as lively. Lady Lin lowered her head shyly. I hope so. The banquet soon began. Laughter echoed throughout the Yuan residence. Wine cups clinked. Musicians played cheerful tunes. The wedding passed in laughter, music, and heartfelt blessings. For days afterward, the Yuan residence remained lively as relatives and friends continued to visit the newlyweds. Yuan Jixuan and Su Yanqing settled into married life naturally, their gentle personalities complementing one another. Whenever Jixuan returned home from work, Yanqing would already be waiting for him with a pot of warm tea, and the two often spent quiet evenings strolling through the garden. Lianhua could not have been happier. Whenever General Xing Zhanrui was free from military affairs, he would visit the Yuan residence or invite Lianhua to accompany him around the capital. Sometimes they wandered through bustling markets. Sometimes they enjoyed tea while watching storytellers. Other times they simply walked along the river, talking about everything and nothing. Even after becoming engaged, Lianhua still became flustered every time he smiled at her. Inside her head, however, she remained as lively as ever. How can someone smile so handsomely? If smiling were a crime, my future husband would have been sentenced 10 lifetimes already. Zhanrui quietly coughed into his fist to hide the smile tugging at his lips. Meanwhile, Jihao had also changed considerably. The once carefree second young master had become far more dependable. Lin Shuya often proposed creative ideas for new shops, while Jihao handled negotiations and management. Rather than simply discussing marriage, they became partners first. Together they opened a silk and embroidery shop that quickly became popular among the noble ladies of the capital. Whenever they saw Lianhua staring blankly into the distance with a dreamy smile, the teasing began. Lianhua. She blinked. Were you thinking about General Xing again? No. Oh. Lady Lin covered her smile with her sleeve. Then why were you smiling at absolutely nothing? Lianhua's face immediately turned crimson. I wasn't. Jihao laughed. You even sighed. I did not. You did. You also whispered, he's so handsome. Lianhua froze. Did I? The three burst into laughter. Life had become peaceful. Days passed gently. Winter slowly approached. Then, one cold morning, the Yuan residence became busy once more. Madame Gurulin had gone into labor. The servants hurried in every direction. Hot water was carried into the inner courtyard. Clean cloths were prepared. The midwives entered the delivery room one after another. Outside, Master Yuan paced back and forth without stopping. His calm and dignified appearance had completely disappeared. Every few moments he would stop before the door, only to begin pacing again. Lianhua watched him secretly. Father is very nervous. Jixuan nodded slightly. I've never seen father like this. Even Jihao looked unusually serious. Master Yuan clasped his hands tightly behind his back. From inside the room came Madame Gu's muffled cries. His heart tightened. Unknowingly, his thoughts drifted back many years. He remembered his first wife, Lady Xin, a gentle woman whose health had always been frail. Despite her weak body, she smiled every day while raising their 3 children. He still remembered how she patiently taught little Jixuan to read. How she laughed when Jihao stubbornly climbed trees. How she patiently brushed young Lianhua's hair every morning, humming soft melodies while the little girl happily chattered away. Unfortunately, her body gradually weakened. Despite every physician's effort, she passed away 10 years earlier, leaving him alone to raise 3 grieving children. For years after her passing, Master Yuan buried himself in work. Marriage was the last thing on his mind. His children were his greatest priority. Then, 5 years later, fate quietly intervened. During a spring charity event held outside the capital, he met a young woman named Gurulin. She had been helping distribute medicine and porridge to poor families. Although only 20 years old, she spoke gently with every elder and patiently comforted frightened children. Master Yuan found himself watching her from afar. Not because of her beauty, but because of her kindness. Later, circumstances brought them together several more times. They spoke, gradually became acquainted. And before long, he realized he wished to spend the rest of his life with her. When he proposed, he had been completely honest. I am a widower. I have 3 children. My eldest son is already nearly a young man. My youngest daughter still misses her mother deeply. If you marry me, you will not simply become my wife. You will become part of this family. Gurulin listened quietly, then smiled. I know, if they are willing. I would like to become part of their family too. After their marriage, she never tried to replace Lady Xin. Instead, she simply became herself. She cared for Jixuan whenever he returned home exhausted. She patiently listened to Jihao's endless stories. She quietly accompanied Lianhua during her illnesses, reading books beside her bed when she couldn't sleep. She celebrated their birthdays, prepared their favorite dishes, scolded them when necessary, praised them when they deserved it. Little by little, the awkwardness faded. Before anyone realized it, the three children had already begun calling her mother naturally. Master Yuan smiled faintly at the memory. He had once thought his family would never feel complete again. Yet now, another child was about to join them. Outside the delivery room, Lianhua clasped her hands together anxiously. Mother, please be safe. Little baby, you don't need to rush. Take your time. Everyone is waiting for you. John Rui, who had hurried over after hearing the news, quietly stood beside her. Without saying a word, he gently squeezed her hand. Lianhua looked at him. Then she smiled warmly. The waiting seemed to last forever. Outside the delivery room, no one was in the mood to sit. Master Yuan had long abandoned any pretense of composure. He paced back and forth across the stone path so many times that even the servants quietly exchanged amused glances. Jixuan stood with Yanqing, his hands folded behind his back. Jihao remained beside Lin Xia, occasionally looking toward the tightly shut doors. John Rui stayed quietly beside Lianhua, who had clasped her hands together in silent prayer. From inside came Madame Gu Rulin's strained cries, followed by the encouraging voices of the midwives. Then, everything suddenly became quiet. Lianhua's heart skipped a beat. Mother. Before she could think any further. Wah! A loud, healthy baby's cry echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone's faces lit up. But before anyone could celebrate, wah! Another tiny cry followed almost immediately. Everyone froze. Lianhua blinked. Jixuan blinked. Jihao looked at his elder brother. Did I hear that correctly? Yanqing covered her mouth. Another baby? Even the usually calm John Rui looked surprised. A moment later, the chief midwife laughed happily from inside the room. Congratulations, Master Yuan. You have been blessed with twins. For several seconds, no one moved. Then Lianhua's eyes became as round as saucers. Twins. Mother was carrying twins this whole time? Amazing! In this era, there aren't any ultrasound machines. No scans. No photographs before birth. No little black and white pictures where parents stare for hours trying to figure out which part is the baby's nose. Most physicians can only estimate by checking the pulse. Some experienced ones might suspect twins, but very few can tell with certainty. Mother has been carrying 2 babies all this time. She couldn't help laughing. What a wonderful surprise. Then another thought entered her mind. Thankfully, Mother cut ties with those horrible relatives. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Protecting 1 baby is already difficult. Protecting 2 would have been even harder. Her smile softened. I'm so glad our family changed the future. Before anyone could say another word, Master Yuan had already rushed toward the delivery room. Master. One of the maids tried to stop him. The room is still. I don't mind. Without another thought, he stepped inside. The room was still bustling. The air carried the scent of medicinal herbs. Warm water basins and clean cloths lay scattered nearby as the midwives continued tidying everything. Master Yuan noticed none of it. His eyes searched only for one person. Gu Rulin lay against the pillows, exhausted, strands of damp hair clinging to her forehead. Her face was pale from the ordeal. Yet the moment she saw him, she smiled. That single smile eased every worry in his heart. You've worked hard. His voice was unusually gentle. He knelt beside the bed and carefully held her hand. Thank you. Rulin squeezed his fingers weakly. I wasn't alone. She looked toward the 2 bundles wrapped in soft red blankets. The chief midwife stepped forward, smiling from ear to ear. Master Yuan, heaven has truly favored your household. 1 young master. And 1 young miss. Master Yuan slowly looked toward the twins. The little boy had already stopped crying, sleeping peacefully with tiny fists clenched near his cheeks. Beside him, the little girl yawned adorably before gripping the edge of her blanket with impossibly tiny fingers. His eyes gradually became moist. He carefully lifted his son first. The tiny baby fit entirely within his arms. So small, so warm. Then he carefully held his daughter. She opened her eyes just a little before letting out a tiny squeak. Master Yuan laughed softly. I have another son. And another daughter. His voice trembled ever so slightly. After so many years, their family had grown once again. Outside, everyone continued waiting patiently. Lianhua kept glancing toward the closed doors every few moments. I wonder who they look like. Jihao grinned. If they're anything like you, the house will never be quiet again. Lianhua puffed at her cheeks. I'm not that noisy. Everyone around her smiled. Only Jean Rui quietly looked toward the room with a warm expression. Listening to the laughter of the Yuan family, he found himself imagining a future not far away. Perhaps someday, their own home would also be filled with little footsteps, cheerful voices, and the laughter of children. The thought alone made the corners of his lips lift into a quiet smile. The winter winds swept gently across the Yuan residence, carrying with them a quiet chill. Yet ever since the twins had been born, the once peaceful estate had become much warmer. Every morning, laughter could be heard from the nursery. Yuan Lianhua especially loved visiting them. She would carefully pick up the elder twin first before gently cradling the younger one in her arms. The tiny babies yawned, stretched their little fingers, and occasionally grabbed onto her sleeve. Lianhua's smile softened every time. They're so tiny. What if they grow up and become little troublemakers? I'll still spoil them. Then another memory suddenly surfaced in her mind. In my dream, Jean Rui was holding our little boy while I was pregnant. He looked so handsome, even more handsome than now. Wait, does that mean I'll really have children with him one day? Stop thinking about it. I'm not even married yet. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Madame Gu, who was sitting nearby sewing tiny winter clothes for the twins, paused before quietly smiling. Beside her, Su Yanqing, now officially Lianhua's eldest sister-in-law, covered her lips with her sleeve. The two women exchanged knowing glances. Neither said a single word. There was no need. Lianhua had already embarrassed herself thoroughly inside her own mind. Completely unaware of their reactions, Lianhua quickly handed one baby back. I'll come play with you two again later. She fled almost as if escaping. Madame Gu chuckled softly. Our Lianhua. She really wears all her thoughts on her face. Yanqing nodded. And in her mind as well. The room filled with gentle laughter. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. One winter morning, Lianhua slowly opened her eyes. She blinked lazily beneath the warm quilt. It's strangely quiet today. Normally, she could already hear servants sweeping the courtyard or little cries from the twins. Today, nothing. She stretched without thinking too much about it. Perhaps everyone had simply woken up early. After dressing herself in thick winter robes trimmed with white fur, she wrapped a soft cloak around her shoulders before leisurely walking outside. The cold air greeted her. She rubbed her hands together. I'm hungry. I wonder if Mother already fed the twins. She walked toward the dining hall. Oddly enough, not a single servant appeared along the corridor. Where did everyone go? She reached the dining hall. On the table sat a steaming bowl of longevity noodles, several freshly made steamed buns, and a warm pot of tea. Everything looked as though someone had just prepared it. Yet, there was no one there. Maybe they're all busy. Shrugging, she sat down. After all, food came first. She happily finished the noodles, ate 2 steamed buns, poured herself tea, then neatly carried the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. Still, no servants. Not even the cooks. The kitchen fires had already died down. Lianhua frowned. This is getting strange. A tiny uneasiness slowly crept into her heart. She hurried toward Madame Gu's courtyard. The place should have been lively with nurses taking care of the twins. Instead, silence. She knocked gently. Mother. No answer. She knocked again. Mother. Still nothing. She slowly pushed open the door. It wasn't locked. The room was empty. The cradles were there. The blankets were neatly folded. But there wasn't a single person inside. Lianhua's breathing became uneven. Where is everyone? She hurried outside. She searched the eastern courtyard. Nothing. The western garden. Nothing. Her father's study. Empty. Jishuan's residence. Empty. Jihao's courtyard. Empty. Even the training grounds. There wasn't a soul. The huge Yuan estate had become eerily silent. No. Where did everyone go? Her voice trembled. She ran faster, calling again and again. Father. Mother. Big brother. Second brother. Sister-in-law. Anyone? Only the winter wind answered her. Her eyes slowly reddened. They didn't leave without telling me, right? Tears quietly rolled down her cheeks. She walked aimlessly until her legs finally gave out beside the pavilion. Without caring about the freezing snow, she simply sat down. Cold flakes landed on her hair. She hugged her knees. Am I dreaming again? If this is, it isn't a very good dream. More tears fell. She laughed weakly between sobs. Hey, the cold doesn't even bother me anymore. Now I've become Elsa. Her own joke sounded pitiful, just as she's about to sing the iconic song in her head, but then, footsteps. Someone was walking through the snow. Lianhua heard them clearly, but she didn't dare look up. What if they disappear again? The footsteps stopped before her. A pair of warm hands gently cupped her cheeks. Soft fingers carefully wiped away her tears. Lianhua. The familiar voice was gentle. You'll catch a cold sitting here. Come. Stand up. Her eyelashes trembled. She still didn't move. She was afraid. Afraid that if she looked up, the person would vanish. The next moment, strong arms carefully lifted her into a bridal carry. Warmth instantly surrounded her. Only then did she rub her tear-filled eyes. Her blurry vision slowly became clear. Zhanrui. General Xing Zhanrui smiled down at her. I'm here. The tears she had just stopped immediately returned. Without thinking, she buried her face against his chest. Embarrassment, relief, happiness, everything mixed together. She quietly clutched his robe, as though afraid he might disappear too. Zhanrui smiled helplessly. He adjusted his hold on her before continuing forward. After walking for quite some time, Lianhua finally realized they had gone rather far. She looked around. The buildings, the walls, the scenery. It was still inside the Yuan estate. Yet, she had never seen this path before. Not even among the memories left by the original Yuan Lianhua. Zhanrui. I can walk now. He stopped, carefully placing her back onto the snowy path. The moment her feet touched the ground, his large hand naturally found hers. Their fingers intertwined. Lianhua stared at their joined hands before looking up at him. Where are we going? Zhanrui simply smiled. His eyes carried a mysterious warmth. You'll know soon. Hand in hand, Yuan Lianhua followed Xing Zhanrui deeper into the unfamiliar part of the Yuan estate. Snow crunched softly beneath their boots. She kept looking from side to side. I've lived here for months now. So why don't I remember this place? Did father secretly build another courtyard? Or did I unlock some hidden map? She blinked. Wait, am I inside another dream? Zhanrui heard every single thought and had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from smiling. Lianhua tilted her head. The scenery gradually changed. The familiar stone paths became narrower. Pine trees lined both sides, their branches covered in white snow. Just then, she heard something. Faint voices. Someone seemed to be talking. Then another voice. Then laughter. Lianhua stopped. Someone's there. Did everyone finally come back? She instinctively quickened her pace. But before she could take another few steps, Zhanrui gently caught her wrist. Wait a moment. Without another word, he reached into his sleeve and took out a clean strip of soft silk. He smiled apologetically. I mean no harm. I only wish to give you a surprise. Before she could ask anything else, he gently tied the cloth over her eyes. Everything became dark. Lianhua froze for a second before nodding obediently. All right. I trust you. Inside her mind she added, if General Jean Rue sells me away, then at least the person selling me is handsome. No. What am I even thinking? He'd probably buy me back himself. Jean Rue almost laughed aloud. He simply held her hand a little tighter. Not far ahead. The cheerful voices instantly disappeared. Everyone had noticed the couple approaching. The courtyard became completely silent. Only the sound of footsteps remained. Slowly, carefully, Jean Rue guided her over the stone path. There are steps. Lift your foot a little. She obediently followed every instruction. Her trust in him made his heart feel unexpectedly warm. After another short walk, he finally stopped. We're here. He untied the silk cloth from her eyes. Keep them closed a little longer. Lianhua obediently squeezed her eyes shut. I'm not peeking. I'm a very honest person. Maybe just one tiny peek? No. I'll be good. Jean Rue smiled. All right. You may open them now. Lianhua slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was every familiar face smiling at her. Her father, Madame Gu, Ji Xuan, Su Yanqing, Ji Hao, Lin Shuya. The twins were held by her father and mother. Grandfather Xing stood nearby with a broad smile. Several close friends and trusted attendants were gathered together. The large enclosed pavilion had been decorated with plum blossoms and ribbons. A long table overflowed with warm dishes, pastries, fruits, and steaming tea. Everyone spoke together. Happy birthday! Lianhua froze completely. What? Her mind completely stopped working. Birthday? My birthday. Today's my birthday? Since when? Wait. Background characters have birthdays? I thought authors only remembered the protagonist's birthday. Did someone secretly add bonus chapters? Her mental screams echoed through everyone's minds. Ji Xuan covered his mouth. Ji Hao doubled over, shoulders shaking violently. Even Madame Gu laughed softly behind her sleeve. Grandfather Xing burst into hearty laughter. Lianhua slowly turned toward Jean Rue. He stood beside her with gentle eyes, smiling. Happy 18th birthday, Lianhua. She blinked. 18. 18 years old. In the olden times, 18 meant she was already a full-grown woman. Old enough to marry. Old enough to build her own family. Yet inside, she still felt like Xin Lianhua, a university sophomore who loved reading novels and drawing illustrations. In my previous life, 18 was just becoming an adult. I still had homework. I still had professors chasing deadlines. I hadn't even figured out life yet. But here, I'm already engaged to the man I admire. Her face slowly turned pink. Her father patted her shoulder, then her mother gave her a slight hug since she's carrying one of the twins. Ji Xuan smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Don't cry. You'll ruin today's celebration. Su Yanqing hugged her lightly. Happy birthday, little sister. Ji Hao walked over with his usual teasing grin. I was wondering why father insisted on keeping you asleep this morning. So that's why. Lin Shuya smiled gracefully. We all wanted to surprise you. Lianhua looked at every single one of them. Her heart became unbelievably full. Then, Grandfather Xing suddenly clapped his hands. Since we've already surprised Lianhua, I suppose we should reveal the second surprise. Lianhua blinked. There's another one? Everyone smiled mysteriously. Grandfather Xing looked toward his grandson. Today is also Jean Rue's birthday. Silence. Lianhua's brain completely crashed. What? We have the same birthday? No way. The author never wrote this. Not even a single sentence. So that's why. Background characters didn't celebrate birthdays in the novel. No wonder I never knew. Poor us. Even birthdays got deleted. Everyone laughed again after hearing her endless complaints directed at an author who wasn't even there. Lianhua slowly looked toward Jean Rui. You're 20 today? Jean Rui nodded with a gentle smile. I am. She stared at him for several long seconds. Then another thought escaped. He shares the same birthday as me. Is heaven secretly shipping us? This time, even Master Yuan coughed into his sleeve to hide his smile. Grandfather Xing laughed so loudly that the twins got startled. Lianhua covered her burning face. Back in her original world, birthdays had never been something she looked forward to. Her parents had always been strict. Most years, they simply wished her a happy birthday before reminding her to study hard. Only once, just once, had she celebrated with a small cake among her classmates. She had never imagined that after transmigrating into another world, she would receive the warmest birthday she had ever experienced, surrounded by a family who loved her, friends who treasured her, and the man she loved, who just happened to share the very same birthday. Lianhua slowly lowered her hands. Looking around at every smiling face, her eyes shimmered with tears once more. This time, they were tears of pure happiness. Lianhua slowly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her heart was still warm from everyone's birthday wishes when another thought suddenly flashed across her mind. Wait. Her smile slowly froze. Today's also Jean Rui's birthday. Then, doesn't that mean? Her eyes widened in horror. I didn't prepare a gift for him. She turned stiff as a wooden statue. Oh no. Oh no. I'm the worst fiancé in the whole empire. He prepared all this. And I came here empty-handed. Someone please dig a hole. No, make it a well. I'll jump inside and live there forever. The people around the table lowered their heads almost at the same time. Jihao's shoulders trembled violently. Jixuan pressed his lips together. Even Master Yuan quietly took a sip of tea to hide the smile creeping onto his face. Across from her, Jean Rui's ears slowly turned bright red. He had already heard everything. He didn't actually mind since Lianhua didn't anticipate it. Instead of feeling disappointed, his heart actually felt strangely warm. She really wanted to prepare something for me, he thought. He gently looked at Lianhua, who was still mentally burying herself underground. It doesn't matter even if she didn't prepare one. Just seeing her today is already enough. Yet, another thought quietly surfaced in his mind. He had been thinking about it for several days now. Perhaps. Should I? His face reddened even more. No. Would it be too bold? But we're already engaged. Grandfather Xing happened to notice his grandson's expression. The old general immediately understood. His smile widened knowingly. Oh, our fearless young general is actually nervous? Jean Rui cleared his throat and calmly drank his tea as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Lianhua was still spiraling. I'll make him something. Yes, I used to study art. I can paint. Maybe I'll make him a portrait. No. What if I accidentally make him look like a potato? Maybe embroidery? No. I'll stab my own finger before finishing half of it. Maybe I'll cook? She suddenly imagined herself burning an entire kitchen. Absolutely not. The cook will cry. Think, Lianhua. Use your university brain. Her determined expression made everyone at the table secretly smile. Whatever gift she eventually prepared, everyone was certain Jean Rui would treasure it dearly. The joyful atmosphere continued. Warm dishes were served one after another. The twins occasionally let out soft little sounds that made everyone laugh. Grandfather Xing shared amusing stories from Jean Rui's childhood, earning several embarrassed coughs from the young general. For once, the usually composed General Xing looked completely helpless. Lianhua laughed until tears formed again. I didn't know General Jean Rui once climbed onto a roof just to rescue a frightened kitten. Someone please tell me how I'm not supposed to love him even more. Jean Rui quietly lowered his head. His ears had completely surrendered. Halfway through the banquet, footsteps echoed outside. An attendant hurried inside. Your Excellencies, an imperial envoy has arrived. Everyone immediately stood. A middle-aged eunuch entered with several palace attendants carrying beautifully wrapped wooden boxes tied with crimson silk. He bowed respectfully. By the decree of His Majesty and Her Majesty, the Emperor and Empress have sent birthday gifts to Lady Yuan Lianhua and General Xing Zhanrui. Lianhua blinked in surprise. The Emperor remembered? The eunuch smiled kindly. His Majesty said that birthdays are a joyous occasion. He regrets not being able to attend personally due to court affairs. Her Majesty also prepared a few items with her own hands and hopes the two of you will accept them. The attendants carefully placed the gifts onto the long table. One lacquered box was decorated with elegant plum blossoms. Another bore the emblem of the Xing family embroidered in gold thread. The eunuch continued. His Majesty wishes Lady Yuan continued health, happiness, and peace. He also wishes General Xing continued victories and a prosperous future. And lastly, the eunuch smiled a little wider. His Majesty said that since the two of you share the same birthday, he hopes that in the years to come, you will continue celebrating it together. The courtyard immediately filled with warm smiles. Lianhua looked at the beautifully wrapped gifts before unconsciously glancing at Zhanrui. He happened to look at her at the very same moment. Their eyes met. Neither of them spoke. Yet somehow, both smiled at exactly the same time. Night quietly settled over the Yuan estate. The snow had finally stopped falling. Under the moonlight, the white courtyard shimmered like polished jade. The birthday celebration gradually came to an end. Laughter still echoed here and there. Several of the men had enjoyed far too much wine. Grandfather Xing was happily recounting stories from decades ago. Master Yuan, though far more composed, had a faint flush on his face. Jixuan and Jihao were no better. They could still walk perfectly well, but their smiles had become noticeably brighter. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, Zhanrui quietly stood. He walked over to Lianhua. Would you like to take a walk? Lianhua immediately nodded. I'd love to. Before leaving, Zhanrui carefully draped a thick white cloak over her shoulders. He adjusted the fur collar so the cold wind would not reach her neck. Satisfied, he softly said. Now you won't be cold. Lianhua's heart immediately skipped a beat. Someone save me. No. Don't save me. I'll stay like this forever. Zhanrui pretended not to hear the endless compliments echoing inside her mind. His ears, however, were already red again. The two quietly walked through the estate. Neither spoke. Their hands naturally remained intertwined. Rows of lanterns illuminated the winding stone paths. Their warm orange light reflected beautifully upon the untouched snow. Everything felt peaceful, comfortable. Sometimes, silence was enough. They eventually arrived at a small pavilion overlooking a frozen pond. Unlike the larger pavilion where the family gathered, this one was hidden among blooming winter plum trees. The two sat side by side. Neither hurried to speak. Only the occasional winter breeze accompanied them. After a long while, Zhanrui quietly cleared his throat. Lianhua. She turned toward him. He looked unusually nervous. His fingers unconsciously tightened around hers. There is something I wish to ask. Lianhua smiled gently. What is it? He hesitated, then smiled awkwardly. My gift. Lianhua immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm really sorry. I'll definitely prepare one. I promise. Zhanrui shook his head. You don't have to. She blinked. He looked into her eyes. May I choose my gift instead? Lianhua tilted her head. Of course. If it's something I can give, I'll gladly do it. Zhanrui took a slow breath. For perhaps the first time in years, the fearless young general looked more nervous than when facing an army. His face gradually reddened. Then, almost in a single breath, he blurted. Can you give me a kiss instead? Silence. Utter silence. Lianhua's mind stopped functioning. He just... What? A kiss. This is real. No. Wait. Think. Brain. Unfortunately, her brain had already left. Without realizing what she was doing, almost as though someone else had taken control of her body, she leaned forward. Very quickly, very lightly, she pressed a tiny peck against his lips. Then, immediately sat back upright, turning her face away so fast that even the winter wind seemed slower. Her entire face became scarlet. What did I just do? I actually kissed him. You shameless woman. I moved before my brain did. I'm going to faint. Beside her, Jean-Rouet remained completely frozen. He stared ahead blankly. His ears, his face, even the tips of his neck, were completely red. Several heartbeats passed. Neither of them moved. Finally, Jean-Rouet slowly covered part of his face with one hand before letting out a helpless laugh. I wasn't ready. Lian Hua slowly turned back toward him. He looked at her with an embarrassed smile. So, I don't think that one counts. Lian Hua's brain performed another spectacular cartwheel. It doesn't count? How does a kiss not count? Do I have to retake the exam? She looked at him with wide, flustered eyes. Before she could think of another single thought, Jean-Rouet gently reached for her. His hand softly cupped her cheek. The other carefully wrapped around her waist, drawing her just a little closer. His movements were slow, careful, giving her every chance to pull away. She didn't. Instead, she simply looked into his eyes. There was no teasing in them now, only tenderness. Lian Hua, may I? Her cheeks were already burning. She gave the tiniest nod. A gentle smile appeared on Jean-Rouet's face. He leaned forward, closing the small distance between them. Their lips met in a soft, lingering kiss. It was gentle, unhurried. For that brief moment, the cold winter wind seemed to disappear. The lanterns quietly swayed. The moon shone overhead. Even time itself felt as though it had paused, leaving only two young hearts quietly beating together beneath the snowy winter sky. That winter night remained etched in Yuan Lianhua's heart. Even after returning to her room, even after washing up, even after lying beneath her warm quilt, she could not stop smiling. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the same scene again. The moonlit pavilion, the glowing lanterns, the snow quietly resting on the plum blossoms, and Jean-Rouet asking in that adorably hesitant voice. Lian Hua immediately buried her face beneath her blanket. Oh no, I really kissed him first. And then he kissed me. She gently touched her lips with her fingertips. A bashful smile slowly spread across her face. It was my first kiss. In both lifetimes. She had never dated anyone in her previous life. Between school, university, and her strict parents, romance had always remained something she only read about in novels. Now, her very first kiss belonged to the man she admired most. She had absolutely no regrets. With those happy thoughts filling her heart, she drifted into the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in either lifetime. Time never stopped moving. Winter quietly passed. The snow melted little by little, revealing patches of fresh green beneath. Soon, spring arrived with warm sunshine and gentle breezes. Plum blossoms gave way to peach blossoms. The streets became lively once again. Families exchanged greetings wherever they went. May this year bring peace. May your family prosper. May everything go smoothly. The spring festival filled the capital with laughter, music, colorful lanterns, and endless celebrations. Inside the Yuan residence, everyone had become incredibly busy, because another joyous occasion was drawing near. The wedding of Yuan Jihao and Lady Lin Xia. Compared to the nervous groom, Lian Hua seemed even more excited. Every day she happily ran from one courtyard to another, helping wherever she could, just as she had done for Jixuan and Su Yanqing's wedding. She personally embroidered matching silk pouches for Jihao and Xia. This time, she chose soft jade green silk. One pouch was embroidered with graceful bamboo, symbolizing resilience and integrity. The other featured blooming magnolias, representing elegance and happiness. Inside each pouch, she carefully placed fragrant herbs and tiny lucky charms for a peaceful marriage. When she finished the final stitch, she proudly admired her work. They're not perfect, but they're made with all my heart. Su Yanqing happened to pass by and smiled warmly. Brother-in-law and Xia will treasure them. Lian Hua grinned. I hope so. She then threw herself into helping decorate the newly prepared residence. The courtyard was swept until every stone path looked spotless. Fresh flowering branches were arranged inside elegant porcelain vases. Bright red ribbons fluttered beneath the eaves. Lanterns decorated with auspicious patterns were hung throughout the courtyard. Inside the bridal chamber, Lianhua carefully arranged every little detail. She straightened the embroidered bedding, adjusted the curtains several times until they looked symmetrical, placed scented sachets near the windows. Even the tea set had to sit perfectly straight. After stepping back to admire everything, she nodded proudly. Perfect. No. She frowned. The vase is leaning. She immediately hurried over to fix it. Su Yanqing watched from the doorway, laughing softly. Sister-in-law, you've checked that vase 5 times already. Lianhua looked completely serious. It has to be perfect. This is second brother's wedding. What if Xia notices? Yanqing could only smile helplessly. Not far away, Jihao happened to overhear everything. He laughed loudly. My dear sister, if you keep fussing over my courtyard, I'm going to think you're the one getting married. Lianhua puffed at her cheeks. I'm helping. If I don't make everything beautiful, who will? Jihao walked over and gently patted her head. You've already done more than enough. He looked around the beautifully decorated courtyard before smiling sincerely. Thank you, little sister. Lianhua smiled back brightly. Watching another member of her family prepare to begin a happy new chapter filled her heart with quiet satisfaction. One wedding had already brought joy to the Yuan family. Soon, another celebration would fill the residence with laughter once again. And somewhere nearby, General Xing Zhanrui quietly watched Lianhua bustling from one task to another with endless energy. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Before long, it would be their turn to prepare a courtyard together. The wedding of Yuan Jihao and Lady Lin Xia ended just as peacefully as everyone had hoped. The Lin family and the Yuan family officially became relatives, and unlike many noble marriages that were filled with hidden schemes and political calculations, theirs was warm and sincere. Lady Lin's parents treated Jihao like their own son, while Master Yuan welcomed Xia with genuine kindness. Lianhua stood beside Su Yanqing, smiling until her cheeks hurt. So both of my brothers are married now. She couldn't help but grin. Now I'm the only unmarried child left. Madame Gu chuckled softly as she carried one of the twins. Your turn will come soon. Lianhua's face instantly became red. Several days later, the Yuan estate was unusually quiet. Lianhua had just finished arranging several embroidered handkerchiefs when the maid announced softly, Miss, General Xing has arrived. Her face immediately brightened. Really? She hurried toward the receiving pavilion. The moment she entered, however, her smile slowly disappeared. Zhanrui was already waiting there. He still looked as handsome as ever in his dark blue robe, but something was different. His brows were slightly knitted together. There was exhaustion hidden beneath his calm expression. And sadness. Lianhua slowed her footsteps. Zhanrui. He looked up. The moment their eyes met, he smiled gently, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Lianhua immediately walked over and held both of his hands. His palms were cold. Are you feeling unwell? She searched his face anxiously. Did you get injured? Are you sick? You look tired. Zhanrui simply looked at her quietly. Instead of answering, he suddenly stepped forward. Without warning, he wrapped both arms tightly around her. Lianhua froze. Eh? Her face instantly turned scarlet. His embrace was firm, careful, as though he wanted to memorize the warmth of her. After a few breaths, she slowly relaxed and gently hugged him back. She could hear his heartbeat. It was beating faster than usual. She carefully looked up. Zhanrui. Only then did he finally speak. I received an imperial decree this morning. Lianhua's fingers tightened around his sleeve. The northern frontier has become unstable. There are enemy troops gathering. The emperor has ordered me to lead the army north. Silence filled the pavilion. Lianhua's heartbeat stopped for a moment. North. Another campaign. Her fingers trembled. The original story no longer existed. Everything had changed. But battles. Battles were still battles. There was no guarantee. She suddenly felt an ache in her chest. "You're leaving again." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Jean-Rouet nodded slowly. "I may not return for quite some time. I have to remain there to guard the border even after the battle." Lian Hua lowered her head. Her eyes became red. Her thoughts became unusually quiet. Another war. I don't know what will happen anymore. The story changed. I don't know if this is better or worse. What if? No, don't think like that. She inhaled deeply, then forced herself to smile. She raised her head. "I'll wait for you." Her voice was soft, yet firm. "I'll prepare everything for our wedding. Our wedding is already scheduled for early summer. The Emperor and Her Majesty are even helping with the preparations." She laughed weakly. "So I can't let everything become messy. I'll help oversee everything. I'll make sure every lantern is hung properly. I'll choose the prettiest flowers. I'll prepare your favorite dishes. And when you come back..." She smiled brightly despite her watery eyes. "Everything will already be waiting for you." Hope slowly returned to Jean-Rouet's eyes. He reached up and gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I'll come back. I promise." Lian Hua nodded quickly. "I'll behave. I won't cause trouble. I'll listen to father. I'll visit mother every day. I'll help sister-in-law Yanqing and sister-in-law Xia. And..." She became slightly embarrassed. "I'll write you letters. A lot of letters. So..." She looked at him earnestly. "You have to write back. Even if it's only one sentence. I'll treasure every letter." Jean-Rouet smiled helplessly. "I'll try my best. If military affairs allow it, I'll reply to every single one. I'll finish this campaign as quickly as I can, so I can return before our wedding." Lian Hua nodded repeatedly. Then her expression suddenly became serious. She stepped closer. Very close. She gently grabbed both of his hands. "You have to come back alive." Her voice trembled. "And in one piece. No unnecessary heroics. No charging ahead alone. No ignoring your wounds. You have soldiers who trust you. You have your family. You have the Emperor. And..." She lowered her head. "You have me. I'll be waiting. So don't make me wait forever." For the first time in a long while, General Xing Jean-Rouet felt his eyes sting. He gently lowered his forehead onto her shoulder, then buried his face against the crook of her neck. "I know." His voice was low. "I'll come home." Lian Hua slowly raised one hand. She gently patted his back, just like comforting a child. "There, my brave general. You've already protected so many people. This time, protect yourself too." Jean-Rouet let out a quiet laugh. "I'll remember." They remained in each other's embrace for a long time. Neither wanted to let go. Outside the pavilion, the spring breeze quietly rustled through the flowering peach trees. Pink petals drifted into the air, as though silently carrying with them a single wish. That when summer finally arrived, General Xing Jean-Rouet would return safely, and the wedding they had both been waiting for would finally become reality. The next morning arrived far too quickly. Before the first rays of sunlight had fully painted the sky, the capital was already bustling with activity. Rows upon rows of soldiers gathered outside the northern gate, their armor polished until it gleamed beneath the pale dawn. War horses snorted impatiently, their breaths turning into white mist in the cool morning air. Banners bearing the imperial dragon and the Xing family emblem fluttered proudly against the wind. Black-armored cavalry lined up in perfect formation. Behind them came supply wagons that seemed endless. The Emperor had spared no effort. Hundreds of carts were loaded with sacks of grain, dried meat, medicinal herbs, warm winter clothing, blankets, bows, arrows, fresh spears, replacement swords, shields, tents, lamp oil, and blacksmith tools. Several military physicians and experienced healers stood beside wagons filled with medicine, bandages, and surgical instruments. Every possible preparation had already been made. The Emperor intended for his soldiers to fight without worrying about lacking supplies. Among the gathering crowd stood the Yuan family. Master Yuan, Madame Gu carrying one of the twins while a wet nurse held the other. Jixuan and Su Yanqing, Jihao and Lin Xia, and Yuan Lianhua. She looked beautiful in a pale blue hanfu. Yet the dark circles beneath her eyes could not be hidden. She had not slept for even a single moment. The entire night, she had remained beneath the candlelight, stitch after stitch, thread after thread, until dawn. When Jean Rouet finished inspecting the troops, he immediately spotted her. His heart tightened. He walked over. Lianhua. He frowned slightly. You didn't sleep. Lianhua quickly shook her head with a guilty smile. I wasn't sleepy. Jihao coughed into his fist. She wasn't sleepy? She embroidered until sunrise. Su Yanqing couldn't help but expose her little sister-in-law. She even pricked her finger several times. Lin Xia nodded. She refused to let anyone help. Lianhua immediately became embarrassed. You didn't have to tell him. Jean Rouet gently took both of her hands. Sure enough, there were several tiny needle marks on her fingertips. His brows furrowed. You silly girl. His voice was full of helpless tenderness. You should have rested. Lianhua simply smiled. It's worth it. She carefully took out a small cloth pouch wrapped inside another piece of silk. I made this for you. Jean Rouet accepted it with both hands as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. The embroidery was simple. One side showed a soaring eagle flying beneath the rising sun. The other side had two tiny plum blossoms blooming together. Inside the pouch, she had placed a small jade bead. Lianhua smiled shyly. I know it's not perfect, but I embroidered every stitch myself. So, you have to keep it with you. Don't lose it. And don't give it away. Her expression slowly became serious. She looked straight into his eyes. You have to carry it everywhere. When you enter battle. When you sleep. When you eat. Keep it close. Then she added softly. And remember what I always tell you. She took a deep breath. Always be alert. Don't blindly trust anyone behind you. If something feels wrong, investigate first. Your soldiers need you. She paused before smiling brightly. I'll be waiting for you. So, come back alive. No missing arms. No missing legs. No unnecessary scars. If you absolutely have to get injured. She puffed her cheeks. Make it a tiny scratch. I'll allow only that much. Several nearby soldiers quietly laughed. Even the stern vice-general couldn't hide his smile. General Xing Jean Rouet chuckled softly. I'll do my best. He carefully tucked the embroidered pouch inside his robes, close to his heart. It'll stay with me. Always. Lianhua nodded with satisfaction. Good. If you lose it. She pretended to glare at him. I'll be angry forever. I'll ignore your letters. I'll even eat all the snacks I prepare without saving any for you. Jean Rouet laughed. I don't dare lose it. The atmosphere became much lighter. Even Master Yuan smiled quietly. Not long afterward, the sound of ceremonial drums echoed across the capital. The imperial procession slowly arrived. The emperor rode to the front, accompanied by ministers and palace guards. The empress stood upon the city wall together with the little crown prince, who excitedly waved a tiny hand toward the soldiers. The emperor looked across the countless rows of troops. His voice carried across the entire square. Soldiers of the great empire, you march today not for glory, but for the safety of your homes, for your parents, for your wives, for your children, for every citizen sleeping peacefully behind these walls. You shall lack neither food nor medicine. You shall lack neither weapons nor support. The court stands behind you. The people stand behind you. And this emperor awaits your victorious return. His words were met with thunderous cheers. Long live your majesty. Victory to General Xing. Protect the empire. The cries shook the city walls. Citizens standing along both sides of the road raised baskets filled with steamed buns, dried fruits, lucky knots, and flowers. Children waved little flags. Elderly women clasped their hands in prayer. Merchants bowed respectfully. Many people shouted blessings. Return safely. May heaven protect our soldiers. General Xing, come home victorious. Zhang Rui mounted his horse once more. Before turning away, he looked only at one person, Lianhua. She smiled brightly at him. Not a single tear escaped her eyes. She wanted the last image he carried into battle to be her smile. Zhang Rui returned that smile. Then he raised one hand in farewell. Lianhua lifted hers as well. I'll wait for you. She mouthed the words silently, although her lips barely moved. Everyone who could hear her thoughts heard the rest. Come home safely. I'll count every single day until you return. And when you do, I'll finally become your wife. Zhang Rui's ears turned slightly red. He gave one final nod. Then he drew his sword toward the northern horizon. Army, march! The drums sounded once more. The earth trembled beneath thousands of marching footsteps. The endless line of soldiers slowly disappeared beyond the city gates. Lianhua remained standing there long after they had vanished from sight. The embroidered pouch rested close to Zhang Rui's heart, and the promise they had made to each other remained even closer. The days after Zhang Rui's departure passed quietly, yet they were far from empty. Lianhua made a promise to herself that she would not spend every waking hour worrying. After all, worrying every day would not make Zhang Rui safer on the battlefield. Instead, she decided to become someone worthy of standing beside the young general. Every morning, she rose earlier than before. Madame Gu personally taught her how to manage a noble household. She learned how to check account books, arrange servants' duties fairly, inspect the kitchens, prepare seasonal supplies, receive guests, and settle disputes among the servants without showing favoritism. At first, all the ledgers made her dizzy. By the first month, she was already able to calculate the household expenses without much help. Master Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Our little Lianhua has really grown. Lianhua scratched her cheek with a grin. I'll still need father's guidance. Her father laughed heartily. Painting, however, was another story. Or rather, it was something she excelled at. After all, before transmigrating, Xin Lianhua had been a sophomore studying fine arts at university. Although the styles differed from modern painting, she adapted astonishingly fast. She mastered ink shading, landscapes, flowers, birds, and portraits with remarkable speed. Master Yuan stared at one of her bamboo paintings for a long while before nodding in satisfaction. I have nothing left to teach you regarding brush control. You've developed your own style. Lianhua smiled sheepishly. I practiced a lot. Well, in another life. She wisely kept that thought to herself. Soon, nobles began requesting paintings from the Yuan residents after hearing about young Lady Yuan's talent. Embroidery was another matter. The first handkerchief she embroidered looked more like a tangled vine than a flowering branch. Even Jixuan coughed politely before looking away. Jihao was less restrained. Lianhua, is that a phoenix? It looks like an angry duck. Lianhua chased him around the courtyard with the embroidery hoop. You don't understand art. Days passed. The same brothers quietly admired the beautiful peonies and plum blossoms she embroidered. Practice truly made perfect. Cooking also became one of her daily lessons. Madame Gu patiently taught her family recipes. Her first steamed buns became so hard that Jihao joked they could be used as defensive weapons. Even the twins stared suspiciously at them. Lianhua buried her face in her sleeves from embarrassment. Fortunately, her second attempt was much better than her third. Before long, she could prepare fragrant soups, delicate pastries, braised meats, and soft steamed buns that everyone happily finished. The greatest joy, however, was helping care for the twins. Master Yuan had personally named them. The elder twin boy was called Yuan Jirue. The younger twin girl was called Yuan Ruashi. The names carried the family's hopes that the two children would grow up wise, gentle, and bright. Every afternoon, Lianhua could be found carrying one child while gently rocking the other. Sometimes Jirue would tug on her sleeve. Little Ruashi loved grabbing her fingers with surprising strength. Whenever both babies laughed together, Lianhua's heart melted. They're becoming heavier. Madame Bu laughed. That's because they're healthy. Lianhua kissed both tiny foreheads. Grow up safely, all right? Despite filling every day with work, there wasn't a single day she forgot about Jean Rouet. Every few days, she wrote him another letter. Some letters filled 2 pages. Others stretched to 6 or 7. She wrote about Jirouet trying to crawl. About Ruashi refusing to sleep unless someone hummed softly. About Jihao secretly eating desserts that Xia made. About Jixuan proudly learning to carry his newborn siblings. She even drew tiny smiling rabbits beside certain sentences. Several weeks later, replies finally arrived whenever Jean Rouet found time between military duties. His handwriting remained firm and elegant. His letters were much shorter. I'm safe. The northern winds are colder now. The soldiers are in good spirits. I still carry your embroidered pouch. I miss you. Those 3 simple words always made Lianhua smile for the rest of the day. She also began visiting the Xing residents regularly. Since she would soon become part of the family, she wished to know them better. Jean Rouet's father was Master Xing Yuan, a respected former general whose calm demeanor commanded respect even in retirement. His mother, Madame Qin, possessed gentle elegance and treated Lianhua almost like her own daughter. My future daughter has come, Madame Qin would say every visit. Lianhua still blushed every single time. Jean Rouet's eldest brother, Xing Zhenyu, had inherited the family's straightforward personality. He was already married to the cheerful Lady Luo. Their only daughter, little Xing Ruru, was 5 years old and full of endless energy. Auntie Lianhua. She would happily run toward Lianhua every visit. Carry me. Lianhua always laughed before picking the little girl up. Rura loved showing her drawings, reciting poems, and asking endless questions. Will Uncle Second bring me a wooden horse? When are you marrying Uncle Second? The innocent questions made Lianhua blush repeatedly. Besides Jean Rouet, the Xing family also had 2 younger children. 15-year-old Xing Yichen diligently practiced martial arts and admired his second brother greatly. Their youngest sister, Xing Waner, was 12 and adored painting and poetry. Soon enough, the Xing residence began feeling like another home. Lianhua couldn't help but think how unfair the original novel had been. The author had only briefly written. The Xing family fell. Nothing more. No explanation. No warmth. No mention of this loving family. No mention of Ruru's laughter. No mention of Madame Qin waiting every evening for her sons to return. No mention of Master Xing quietly teaching his younger children. The original story had skipped over all of that. I'm glad. Lianhua smiled to herself. This family gets a happy ending now. One afternoon, an unexpected invitation arrived. Lianhua blinked repeatedly. The wedding. Of Liang Ziyun and Lu Yanxi? She looked at the invitation in disbelief. The main characters are really getting married. The day before the wedding, the couple personally visited the Yuan residence. Liang Ziyun bowed respectfully. Lady Yuan, we've long wanted to thank you properly. Lu Yanxi smiled warmly. Without you, our future would have been very different. Lianhua looked around. Me? She pointed at herself. I don't remember helping you. Liang Ziyun laughed softly. You helped far more people than you realize. Lu Yanxi nodded. Some people save lives with swords. Others save them simply by existing. Lianhua tilted her head. I don't understand. The couple only exchanged knowing smiles. They could hardly explain that her inner thoughts had quietly exposed conspiracies, uncovered hidden schemes, protected innocent people, and changed countless destinies, including their own. Some truths were better left unsaid. Before leaving, Lu Yanxi gently held Lianhua's hands. I hope you'll attend tomorrow. I want someone who unknowingly changed my fate to witness the happiest day of my life. Lianhua smiled sincerely. I'll definitely come. As she watched the 2 leave together, she scratched her head in confusion. I still don't know what I did. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away on the northern frontier, General Xing Jean Rouet quietly folded another one of Lianhua's cheerful letters. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just imagining her confused expression was enough to make the bitter northern wind feel a little warmer. The next morning arrived bright and lively. It was the wedding day of Liang Ziyun and Lu Yanxi. From the moment Lianhua woke up, she was already busy making final preparations. Several days ago, after receiving the invitation, she had spent many evenings wondering what gift she should give the couple. Jewelry? Too common. Silk? They certainly had plenty. Expensive antiques? Their families lacked nothing. Then an idea struck her. Why not give them something that no one else can? She smiled to herself and spent 3 days painting. Unlike the traditional monochrome paintings common in the Great Liang Empire, Lianhua carefully added soft colors while still maintaining the elegance of ink painting. The painting depicted Liang Ziyun and Lu Yanxi standing beneath blooming peach blossoms. Lu Yanxi wore a graceful red wedding robe, while Liang Ziyun stood beside her with gentle eyes. Behind them flew 2 white cranes toward the rising sun, a symbol of lifelong companionship and harmony. When she finished, even Master Yuan admired it for quite a while. You truly inherited heaven's blessing for painting. Lianhua smiled bashfully. She carefully rolled the painting, wrapped it in silk, and placed it inside a beautifully carved sandalwood box she had specially purchased. She tied the lid with a crimson ribbon herself. I hope they'll like it. By mid-morning, the Yuan family departed for the Liang residence. The streets were crowded with citizens eager to witness the wedding of 2 prestigious families. When they finally arrived, even Lianhua couldn't help but admire the residence. The Liang residence is enormous. The estate stretched almost like a small village. Elegant halls, flowing streams, carefully maintained gardens, and rows of flowering trees filled the grounds. Its grandeur rivaled that of the Xing residence. Only then did Lianhua remember another detail from the novel. Or rather, a detail that had barely been mentioned. Liang Ziyun's father, Liang Guwei, was one of the empire's highest-ranking civil officials. His wife, Lady Xing Welan, was none other than the eldest daughter of the Xing family. She was also the elder sister of Master Xing Qingyuan. Lianhua quietly blinked. So, Ziyun is actually Zhang Rui's cousin through his mother. She smiled. No wonder they resemble each other a little. Although the original novel had barely mentioned the Xing family beyond their eventual downfall, Lianhua had gradually learned much more after becoming acquainted with them. Old Master Xing had 4 children. His eldest was Lady Xing Welan. His second child was Master Xing Qingyuan, father of Xing Zhangrui. The third was Master Xing Chengda, who managed many of the family's farmlands and military supplies. The youngest was Master Xing Cheng'an, a scholar serving in the Hanlin Academy. Instead of forcing all generations to crowd beneath one roof, old Master Xing had wisely divided the enormous estate into 4 adjoining courtyards connected by elegant gates and gardens. Each branch of the family had its own household, separate enough to avoid unnecessary disputes, close enough to remain one united family. Lianhua secretly admired the arrangement. No wonder the Xing family remained so harmonious. Many familiar faces had already gathered. Master Xing Qingyuan and Madame Qin greeted the Yuan family warmly. Master Xing Chengda arrived with his wife and children shortly afterward. Even the scholarly Master Xing Cheng'an had come, carrying several ancient books as wedding gifts. The entire Xing family was lively yet orderly. Watching them together, Lianhua couldn't help feeling grateful once more. The original novel had reduced such a wonderful family to only one heartbreaking sentence. Now, they were all smiling, alive, together. Not long afterward, the wedding procession finally began. The sound of drums echoed through the streets. Firecrackers exploded one after another. Musicians played joyful tunes. Liang Ziyun appeared wearing magnificent crimson wedding robes embroidered with golden clouds. Mounted upon a handsome white horse, he led an impressive procession carrying countless gifts. Behind him followed attendants, musicians, guards, and finally the beautifully decorated bridal sedan chair prepared to welcome his bride. Citizens lined both sides of the street. Children laughed excitedly. As the procession passed, Attendants happily tossed wrapped candies and sweet pastries into the crowd. The streets immediately erupted into delighted cheers. Lianhua couldn't help laughing as a little boy proudly held up 2 pieces of candy. "I got 2. His younger sister puffed her cheeks. "I only got 1. The adults around them laughed warmly. Some time later, the procession returned. Inside the ornate bridal chair sat Lu Yanxi. The red silk curtains gently swayed as it moved. The entire Liang residence burst into celebration. More candies were distributed. Musicians played louder. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Master Liang and Lady Xing Weilon smiled proudly as they welcomed their daughter-in-law into the family. Inside the ceremonial hall, the traditional rites began. The newlyweds bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their parents. Finally, they bowed to one another as husband and wife. Thunderous applause followed. Lianhua clapped happily together with everyone else. They finally got their happy ending. She smiled sincerely. After the formal ceremony concluded, Lu Yanxi was respectfully escorted to the bridal chamber to wait for her husband, following ancient custom. Liang Ziyun remained outside to entertain the many guests offering congratulations. Before leaving, Lianhua personally handed the carved wooden box to Lu Yanxi's chief attendant. "This is my wedding gift. Please give it to Lady Lu when she has time." The attendant accepted it respectfully. "I shall deliver it personally." Lianhua smiled. "I hope she'll like it." She took one final glance toward the bustling wedding hall before turning back. Madame Gu gently reminded her, "We should head home. The twins must be awake by now." Lianhua nodded immediately. "You're right. I promised little Jirue I'd carry him after breakfast. And Ruashi will probably be looking for mother." The mother and daughter climbed into their carriage together. Her father, brothers, and sisters-in-laws stayed and would leave later. As it slowly rolled away from the lively Liang residence, Lianhua rested her chin against the window and smiled softly. Another wedding. Another happy ending. She unconsciously touched the small embroidered pouch hanging from her waist. "John Rue, when you come home safely, it'll finally be our turn." Time flowed as swiftly as a mountain stream. The northern campaign progressed far better than anyone had expected. With the emperor's careful preparations, ample provisions, experienced physicians, fresh horses, and steady reinforcements, General Xing Zhanrui never had to force his soldiers into reckless battles. Every move was planned with patience. Instead of chasing glory, he chose to protect his men. The enemy army was defeated much earlier than expected. Several enemy commanders surrendered after losing their supply routes, while the remaining troops retreated beyond the northern plains. The victory came with almost no casualties. Only a handful of soldiers suffered injuries, and even those were mostly cuts and bruises that healed quickly under the physician's care. Once the fighting ended, Zhanrui did not immediately march home. He divided his men into groups to help the nearby border villages. Some repaired collapsed houses damaged during the conflict. Others rebuilt broken bridges and roads. The military physicians treated villagers free of charge, while soldiers distributed grain from the imperial relief wagons. Wherever they went, grateful commoners bowed deeply. The great army truly protects the people. General Xing is worthy of his reputation. May heaven bless General Xing. The soldiers smiled proudly. Those words were worth more than any reward. Late one evening, Zhanrui finally returned to his tent after inspecting the reconstruction work. His deputy handed him several letters. "General, these arrived from the capital." Zhanrui's cold expression softened almost immediately. He recognized the familiar handwriting on the very first envelope. Lianhua. The corners of his lips lifted without him realizing it. His deputy silently pretended not to notice. Their usually calm general smiled every time Lady Yuan's letters arrived. Zhanrui carefully unfolded the paper. Inside was page after page of neat handwriting. She wrote about the twins learning to smile. She even complained about burning a batch of pastries while learning to cook. Fortunately, no one ate them, except father, who smiled and said they tasted unique. Zhanrui chuckled softly. His soldiers outside the tent stopped walking. Did the general just laugh? I think I heard it too. Another page made him smile even wider. I miss you very much. But don't rush home. Come back only after everything is peaceful. I will still be here waiting for you. He gently folded the letter. His heart, hardened by countless battlefields, became warm once more. Without delaying another moment, he prepared his reply. My dearest Lianhua, when you receive this letter, the northern campaign will already be over. We have won. Please do not worry. I only suffered a few scratches, nothing worth mentioning. The old scars from previous campaigns remain, but they no longer hurt. They simply remind me of the road that led me to meeting you. Your embroidered pouch never left my side. Whenever the battles became difficult, I would look at it and remember your words. Come back alive. So I did. We are helping rebuild the villages before returning to the capital. It should not take much longer. Wait for me a little more. I wish to see your smile again. Xing Zhanrui. After sealing the letter, he prepared another one. This one was addressed to the emperor. It contained a detailed report of the successful campaign, the reconstruction efforts, military expenses, and the names of soldiers who deserved promotion for their bravery. Once both letters were sent, Zhanrui stood outside his tent. Looking toward the southern sky, he whispered softly, Lianhua, I'll be home soon. Back in the capital days later. Lianhua almost skipped across the courtyard after receiving Zhanrui's letter. He won. He really won. Her eyes sparkled as she reread the letter for what was probably the 10th time. He only has scratches. She let out a long breath she hadn't realized she had been holding for months. Her heart finally settled. She hurried to the Xing residence carrying the wonderful news. The moment Madame Qin heard it, she clasped Lianhua's hands. Our Ru'er is coming home. Her eyes turned slightly red. Master Xing Qingyuan remained composed, but the smile hidden beneath his beard betrayed his happiness. He shook his head helplessly. Very well. When that brat returns, I'll let him explain why his mother received one page, while his future wife receives enough letters to publish a book. The entire Xing household erupted into laughter. Lianhua lowered her head shyly, hugging Zhanrui's latest letter close to her chest. No matter how much everyone teased her, she could not stop smiling. A week later, the capital became livelier than it had been in months. Word spread throughout the city that General Xing Zhanrui and the Northern Army had returned victorious. The streets were lined with cheering commoners carrying flowers and colorful banners. Children ran beside the procession while elders stood at their doorways, offering blessings to the soldiers who had defended the empire once again. The city gates slowly opened. Rows of armored soldiers marched in perfect formation. Their armor still bore faint scratches from battle, but every step they took echoed with pride. At the very front rode General Xing Zhanrui upon his black horse. Compared to when he had departed, his features had become even more mature. The months at the northern frontier had sharpened his already handsome face, while his calm, unwavering eyes carried the confidence of a victorious commander. Many young ladies secretly peeked from behind embroidered fans. So that's General Xing. He looks even more handsome than before. No wonder Lady Yuan is so devoted to him. Zhanrui, however, remained completely unaware. His thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. I wonder if Lianhua is doing well. After entering the capital, the soldiers proceeded directly to the imperial palace. The emperor personally welcomed them at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. As Zhanrui led his officers inside, everyone knelt respectfully. This humble subject greets your majesty. The emperor immediately stood from his throne. Rise, General Xing, rise, all of you. His smile carried genuine pride. You have guarded our northern borders well once again. You have protected not only our territory, but also our people. The empire owes all of you its gratitude. The soldiers bowed once more. It is our duty, your majesty. The emperor nodded approvingly. Tonight, we shall hold another victory banquet in honor of our returning heroes. Cheers immediately spread across the hall. At the Yuan residence, Lianhua had also received an imperial invitation. Unlike before, she wasn't nervous because of the palace itself. She was nervous because she was finally going to see Jean Rouet again. She hurried back to her room. Her maids helped her prepare. After looking through several outfits, she finally chose a pale sky blue hanfu embroidered with silver plum blossoms. A white jade pendant rested gracefully at her waist, while her long black hair was arranged into an elegant half-up style adorned with delicate silver hairpins and a small jade flower. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Calm down. It's only been several months. You're just seeing your fiancé. Her cheeks slowly became pink. What if he's even more handsome now? What if I embarrass myself the moment I see him? Lianhua, be dignified. She took one deep breath. Not long afterward, the Yuan family's carriage entered the imperial palace. Imperial guards respectfully opened the gates. A palace maid greeted her with a courteous bow. Lady Yuan, Her Majesty requests your presence before tonight's banquet. Lianhua blinked. The Empress wishes to see me? The maid smiled politely. Yes. Lianhua immediately followed. They walked through winding palace corridors before arriving at one of the most beautiful imperial gardens. Flowers of every season somehow bloomed together. Elegant pavilions stood beside a crystal-clear pond where colorful koi lazily swam beneath lotus leaves. Butterflies fluttered gently among the blossoms. Lianhua couldn't help admiring the scenery. It's beautiful. Just then. Pfft. Wait. Tiny footsteps hurried across the stone path. Lianhua turned around. A little boy dressed in golden robes was running toward her with two eunuchs anxiously chasing behind him. Your Highness. Please slow down. The little boy finally stopped in front of her. Lianhua's eyes immediately softened. It is the Crown Prince. He had grown noticeably taller since she last saw him. His baby cheeks had become slightly slimmer, but they still looked irresistibly soft. His cheeks aren't as round anymore, but they're still so pinchable. I really want to pinch them. No, Lianhua. He's the Crown Prince. Behave yourself. The little prince looked up at her shyly. Then, after fidgeting with his sleeves for a moment, he spoke in a small voice. Lady Lianhua, you may pinch my cheeks. He paused. But not too hard. I'm allowing it. Lianhua froze. Really? The little prince nodded earnestly. Father said you're a very good person. Mother also said you're family. So, you may. Lianhua's heart completely melted. She slowly knelt until they were at eye level. Then, I'll only do it gently. The little prince obediently puffed out his cheeks. Lianhua carefully reached forward. So soft. Her fingers lightly squeezed his warm little cheeks. The Crown Prince's face immediately turned bright red, though he made no attempt to move away. Inside her mind, fireworks exploded. Mission accomplished. They're even softer than I imagined. How can someone be this adorable? I'm finally able to pinch the little prince's cheeks. This is a dream come true. Trying hard not to laugh, she gently released his cheeks. Thank you, Your Highness. She lovingly patted his head. You've become even braver. The Crown Prince smiled proudly. I'll become stronger too. So father won't have to worry. Lianhua's smile grew even gentler. I'm sure you will. Hand in hand, they walked farther into the garden. Waiting beneath a blooming plum tree stood the Empress. She had witnessed the entire exchange from beginning to end. Seeing the little prince happily rubbing his slightly pink cheeks while smiling at Lianhua, the Empress couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. My dear Lianhua, it seems my son likes you very much. The Crown Prince immediately hid behind his mother's sleeve, his face still glowing red. Lianhua quickly bowed respectfully. This subject greets Your Majesty. The Empress stepped forward herself and gently helped her up. There is no need for such formalities today. Her smile was warm. Come. I wish to speak with you before tonight's banquet. She glanced knowingly toward the palace halls where the victorious soldiers were preparing to attend. And I'm certain there is someone you have been waiting a very long time to see. Lianhua's cheeks immediately turned crimson. Lianhua had barely taken her seat across from the Empress when Her Majesty smiled gently. Unlike before, there was no long exchange of pleasantries. The Empress did not beat around the bush. Lianhua, she began warmly, today, I wish to see you for one reason. She gestured to the palace maid standing nearby. The maid stepped forward respectfully, carrying a small, exquisitely crafted sandalwood box carved with blooming phoenixes and peonies. The Empress personally took the box and placed it in front of Lianhua. This is for you. Lianhua blinked in surprise. For me, Your Majesty? The Empress nodded. You have helped this palace far more than you know. She looked toward the Crown Prince, who quietly sat beside her sipping warm tea. If not for you, my son, my husband, my family, and even this empire might have been ruined. Lianhua's eyes widened. Ruined. She pointed at herself. Me? I didn't do anything. Her thoughts immediately ran wild. Wait, why is everyone saying I helped them? First it was Brother Liang Ziyun and Lady Lu Yanxi. Then His Majesty. Now even Her Majesty. Did I accidentally save the world while sleeping? Did I unknowingly become some hidden heroine? I don't remember doing anything. Did I forget? Did I hit my head somewhere? The Empress lowered her head slightly, hiding a smile behind her teacup. Beside her, the little Crown Prince quietly puffed his cheeks, trying very hard not to giggle. The familiar stream of thoughts had returned. The Empress gently set down her cup. You needn't think too deeply about it. Lianhua froze. Huh? The Empress simply smiled. What matters now is that General Xing has returned safely. He fulfilled his duty. And he came home. The moment Zhang Rui was mentioned, every other thought disappeared. Lianhua unconsciously smiled. Yes. I'm really happy. Seeing her expression soften, the Empress became even more convinced. This young woman never once thought about taking credit for anything. She simply wished for the people she cared about to be safe. What a precious heart. Lianhua looked down at the sandalwood box once more. Your Majesty, I truly am not worthy of receiving such a precious gift. I have done nothing deserving of this. The Empress chuckled. Oh, if you truly think so. She calmly opened the lid herself. Nestled inside crimson silk lay a breathtaking piece of white jade carved into two intertwined phoenixes embracing a blooming lotus. Tiny veins of natural emerald shimmered within the stone, making it appear as though fresh leaves were growing from the lotus itself. It was unlike any jade ornament Lianhua had ever seen. The craftsmanship was flawless. The jade almost seemed alive beneath the afternoon sunlight. The Empress picked it up. If you truly don't want it, then I'll have someone throw it away. Lianhua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Throw it away? Her heart almost stopped. In her mind, she screamed. Your Majesty, this jade is gorgeous. Throwing it away is a crime. Even I want to cry just imagining it. Please don't bully priceless treasures like this. The little Crown Prince finally failed to hold it in. He covered his mouth and laughed softly. The Empress also laughed. So, will you accept it? Lianhua immediately reached out with both hands. I'll accept it. I mean, this subject gratefully accepts Your Majesty's gracious reward. She carefully hugged the jade to her chest as though it were a priceless treasure. The Empress nodded in satisfaction. Good. That jade has been in the Imperial Treasury for many years. I always felt it was waiting for the right owner. It seems it has finally found one. Lianhua bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Just as she thought everything was over, the Empress motioned once more. Another palace maid approached carrying a neatly folded white silk bundle. Unlike the first gift, this one was wrapped carefully with pale gold ribbons. The Empress personally handed it over. This one is another gift from me. Lianhua accepted it curiously. What is it, Your Majesty? The Empress's smile suddenly became rather mysterious. Do not open it here. Wait until you return home. And make sure you are alone. Lianhua blinked innocently. Alone? The Empress nodded with a perfectly composed expression. It will be beneficial for your future marriage. Lianhua tilted her head. My future marriage? I don't understand. The Empress merely smiled without explaining further. You'll understand after reading it. Lianhua looked at the neatly wrapped bundle. Maybe it's household instructions? Or recipes? Perhaps embroidery patterns? Or marriage customs? The Empress is so thoughtful. The Empress almost laughed again. Such an innocent child. She gently stood up and took the little crown prince's hand. Very well. I shall not keep you any longer. She looked toward the direction of the grand banquet hall. I believe someone has been waiting quite patiently for you. Lianhua's cheeks immediately flushed. Before she could deny it, the little crown prince tugged lightly on his mother's sleeve. Mother, I think General Xing has looked toward this garden many times already. The Empress smiled knowingly. I thought as much. She turned back to Lianhua. Go on. Don't make your future husband wait any longer. Lianhua's entire face turned bright red. She quickly bowed. This subject takes her leave. Carefully carrying both gifts in her arms, she hurried out of the imperial garden. Lianhua carefully carried the two gifts as she walked out of the imperial garden. The palace corridors were quiet, with only the occasional sound of palace attendants passing by. She had barely reached the moon-shaped gate when she noticed a familiar figure standing not far away. General Xing Zhanrui. He was leaning against a stone wall with his arms folded, his posture relaxed, yet his sharp eyes never left the entrance to the imperial garden. He looked almost like a vigilant hawk waiting patiently for its prey. Even a passing butterfly seemed unable to escape his attention. Lianhua couldn't help but smile. Has he been waiting for me this whole time? At that exact moment, Zhanrui spotted her. The seriousness on his face instantly melted away. Without another thought, he strode toward her. Lianhua. Before she could even greet him, he wrapped both arms around her. Lianhua froze. Huh? Her eyes became as round as saucers. General. We're still inside the palace. What if someone sees us? Her face burned crimson. Your Majesty's palace. There are guards everywhere. What if tomorrow the entire capital starts saying General Xing hugged his fiancée in the middle of the palace? I'll never be able to leave my room again. Yet Zhanrui remained completely unmoved. Instead, he gently tightened his embrace. I missed you. Those three simple words instantly silenced every chaotic thought in her mind. Lianhua slowly relaxed. She hesitated for only a heartbeat before carefully placing one hand around his back. I missed you too. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. The breeze quietly stirred the flowering branches above them while the winter sun bathed the palace walls in warm light. Not far away, several palace maids happened to pass by. They caught sight of the embracing couple. One quietly tugged another's sleeve. Should we take another route? The older maid smiled knowingly. I think we should. Without another word, all of them silently turned around and disappeared in the opposite direction. Only after a long while did Zhanrui reluctantly loosen his arms. Seeing Lianhua's still reddened cheeks, he couldn't help smiling. This way. He gently took her hand. Instead of going directly toward the banquet hall, he led her through a quieter path lined with bamboo and flowering plum trees. Hardly anyone passed through this small courtyard. Lianhua couldn't help laughing softly. We really look like two lovers secretly meeting behind their parents' backs. She glanced around dramatically. If someone suddenly shouts, there they are. I'm going to run. Zhanrui chuckled. If that happens, I'll run with you. Lianhua looked at him in surprise before bursting into laughter. You'd abandon your dignity as the Empire's famous general? He nodded seriously. If it's with you, I don't mind. Her cheeks immediately turned pink again. Why does he suddenly know how to say such things? Who taught him? After walking a little farther, they slowed their pace. Lianhua finally turned toward him properly. How have you been? She looked him up and down several times. Your letter said you only had scratches. So, where are they? Her expression suddenly became serious. Let me see. I need to inspect them. Zhanrui raised an eyebrow. Inspect them? She nodded earnestly. What if you're hiding an injury? You soldiers always say it's just a scratch, then it turns out to be half your arm. Jianrui laughed. I promise. They're already healed. Lianhua narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I don't believe you. You have to show me. He leaned slightly closer. So worried about me? Lianhua immediately answered without thinking. Of course. The words slipped out so naturally that both of them froze. Her face instantly turned scarlet. I mean, you are my fiancé. So, it's normal, right? Jianrui's smile became gentler than ever. It is. Then, unable to resist teasing her a little, he leaned in and lowered his voice. There really is one injury. Lianhua immediately became anxious. Where? Does it still hurt? Did the physician check it? Why didn't you tell me in your letters? She bombarded him with questions one after another. Jianrui placed a hand over his chest. Here. Lianhua blinked. Your chest. He nodded solemnly. It has been hurting for months. She became even more alarmed. Months? Why didn't you? Then she noticed the amused look in his eyes. General Xing. He smiled. It only starts hurting when I haven't seen you for too long. Lianhua stared at him for several seconds. Then she slowly covered her face with both hands. Oh no. My general learned how to flirt. What am I supposed to do now? She peeked at him through her fingers, completely flustered. I wasn't prepared for this version of you. Jianrui laughed softly, the sound warm and carefree. The months apart had not changed what they felt for each other. Hand in hand, Lianhua and Jianrui strolled along the quiet palace paths. Neither of them spoke much. Sometimes silence was enough. The warmth of their joined hands was more comforting than 1,000 words. As they walked beneath the flowering trees, Jianrui finally noticed the items she had been carrying carefully all this time. One was an exquisitely carved sandalwood box. The other was a bundle wrapped in white silk. He glanced at them curiously. What are those? Her Majesty gave them to me. The Empress? Yes. She said they were gifts. Jianrui smiled. Then they must be precious. He never asked her to open them or look inside. If they were gifts personally bestowed by the Empress, they deserved privacy and respect. I'll look at them when I return home, Lianhua said softly. Jianrui nodded. I'll be looking forward to hearing about them. The two exchanged smiles before continuing toward the grand banquet hall. By the time they arrived, the hall was already brilliantly illuminated. Golden lanterns hung from carved beams while musicians softly played elegant melodies. Rows of tables stretched from one end of the hall to the other. Returning generals, officers, ministers, noble families, distinguished guests, and soldiers with their families had all gathered. The atmosphere was lively. Lianhua looked around and soon spotted familiar faces. There. Her father, Master Yuan, had arrived together with Madame Gu, whose arms were occupied by one of the twins while a wet nurse carried the other. Jixuan and Su Yanqing sat nearby, chatting happily, while Jihao and Lin Shuya were seated beside them. Lianhua smiled brightly. At nearly the same time, Jianrui also noticed his own family entering. Master Xing Qingyuan walked beside Madame Qin, followed by Jianrui's elder brother, sister-in-law, and the rest of the Xing family. Father, mother. Jianrui and Lianhua first stepped over to greet the Xing family. Master Xing smiled warmly. You've finally returned safely. I have, father. Madame Qin looked at her son from head to toe before finally relaxing. Good. You've grown thinner. I'll eat more after today, Jianrui replied obediently. His elder brother laughed. Mother says that every time. Everyone chuckled. Then Lianhua bowed to them. After exchanging greetings, Jianrui naturally accompanied Lianhua toward the Yuan family's table. He greeted them, and without hesitation, he sat beside Lianhua. Master Xing merely glanced over before smiling to himself. His future daughter-in-law had not yet officially entered the Xing family. It was only right for her to spend more time with her own family while she still could. Master Yuan also welcomed him warmly. General Xing. Master Yuan. The two men exchanged respectful nods before the banquet officially began. A eunuch stepped forward and announced loudly, "His Majesty the Emperor! Her Majesty the Empress! His Highness the Crown Prince!" Everyone immediately rose. The Emperor and Empress entered together with the Crown Prince. After everyone paid their respects, the Emperor raised his hand. "You may all be seated." The hall gradually settled into silence. The Emperor looked toward the returning soldiers. His expression was filled with pride. "Today, we celebrate another great victory. Our northern borders remain peaceful because of the courage and loyalty of our soldiers." His gaze slowly swept across the hall. "Every one of you who marched north deserves the gratitude of this empire." Thunderous applause erupted. The soldiers immediately knelt. "We dare not claim such praise. It is our duty." The Emperor smiled. Duty deserves recognition. One after another, rewards were announced. Veteran commanders received promotions. Young officers who had distinguished themselves in battle were granted official ranks. Several soldiers who had rescued civilians received medals and generous rewards for their bravery. Families of wounded soldiers were granted additional stipends from the imperial treasury. The entire hall applauded each recipient. Finally, the Emperor's eyes rested upon one man, General Xing Zhanrui. Zhanrui immediately stood. "This subject is present." The Emperor's smile widened. "At only 20 years of age, you have led countless campaigns. You protected the western frontier. You secured the northern borders. You rebuilt villages after the war instead of seeking glory. You returned with victory. And with your soldiers. The Empire is proud of you." The entire banquet hall erupted into cheers. "General Xing! General Xing!" Even many veteran generals nodded in admiration. The Emperor personally presented him with a finely crafted ceremonial sword, promoted several officers who had served directly under him, and bestowed further honors upon his household. Zhanrui accepted everything with a respectful bow. "This subject thanks your Majesty. I shall continue serving the Empire with all my strength." The applause lasted for quite some time. Only after the excitement settled did the Emperor clear his throat again. "It seems today is already a joyous occasion. But we have one more piece of happy news." The ministers exchanged curious glances. The younger nobles already seemed to have guessed what was coming. The Emperor smiled knowingly. "As I announced previously, we shall personally oversee the marriage of General Xing Zhanrui and Anil Junju Yuan Lianhua." The hall immediately burst into delighted applause. The Emperor continued, "The auspicious date has already been chosen. The wedding will take place 2 weeks from today. Everything has already been prepared." The hall became even livelier. "Congratulations! What a perfect match. Heaven truly made this couple for each other." Master Yuan smiled proudly. Madame Gu gently patted Lianhua's hand. Madame Qin's eyes were already filled with joy. Even the little twins seemed to wave their tiny hands as though joining the celebration. Lianhua, meanwhile, had completely turned into a blushing tomato. 2 weeks? It's only 2 weeks away? I'm really getting married? Congratulations poured in from every direction. She bowed repeatedly until she nearly forgot which direction she was facing. "I thank you. Thank you very much." Beside her, Zhanrui watched her panic with an affectionate smile. Without anyone noticing beneath the table, he quietly reached for her hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Lianhua looked at him. He didn't say a word. He simply smiled. That single reassuring smile was enough. The frantic thoughts in her heart gradually settled, and she smiled back, her fingers tightening around his hand as the sounds of congratulations continued to fill the grand hall. The banquet continued in a warm and festive atmosphere. Musicians played elegant melodies, while dancers performed gracefully in the center of the hall. Servants moved quietly between the tables, replacing empty dishes with freshly prepared delicacies. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled every corner of the palace. Lianhua finally relaxed after the emperor's announcement. With Zhanrui quietly holding her hand beneath the table, she no longer felt as overwhelmed as before. Instead, Her attention slowly drifted elsewhere. As her eyes wandered across the banquet hall, she noticed several unfamiliar faces seated among the ministers. Some ministers are new. I don't think I've seen them before. She blinked thoughtfully. Oh, His Majesty probably promoted new officials after dealing with all those corrupt ministers before. That's good. Fresh faces are nice. Hopefully they're honest and won't suddenly become villains halfway through life. She paused for a moment before inwardly shaking her head. No, I promised myself I wouldn't keep thinking about plots anymore. Everything has already changed. This world isn't following that strange novel anymore. She smiled to herself and reached for another dumpling. Her attention shifted completely. This is delicious. She took another bite. The shrimp is so fresh. The wrapper is so soft. If our wedding banquet serves food this tasty, everyone will probably leave with full stomachs and happy hearts. The roasted duck is amazing too. Should we have roasted duck? Yes, we should roasted ducks. What if someone wants seconds? And those sweet lotus pastries. Those absolutely have to be there. Oh, the braised fish too. And the crystal dumplings. And the osmanthus cakes. No. Let's just serve everything. If I could, I'd ask the imperial chefs to come cook at my wedding. Several familiar ministers quietly lowered their heads. Their shoulders trembled slightly. Master Yuan calmly sipped his tea as though hearing nothing. Madame Gu discreetly hid her smile behind her sleeve. Ji Xuan coughed into his cup. Su Yanqing bit her lip to stop herself from laughing. Ji Hao had already given up. He openly covered his face. My sister. Lin Shuya whispered with amusement. Lady Lianhua really loves good food. She does. Meanwhile, several newly appointed ministers frowned in confusion. Did you hear something? One carefully nudged the official sitting beside him. Hear what? A young lady. Talking. But her lips aren't moving. The older minister, who had attended the prime minister's banquet months ago, calmly picked up his wine cup. You're not hallucinating. The younger official nearly dropped his chopsticks. I'm not. The older minister smiled mysteriously. You'll get used to it. Another newly promoted official leaned over. So, this happens often? The older minister nodded. Only when Lady Yuan attends. The younger officials exchanged bewildered looks. One silently muttered. The capital truly is full of extraordinary things. Not far away, the Imperial Kitchen's chief steward happened to be reporting to the palace banquet officials. Coincidentally, he also heard every one of Lianhua's thoughts. He immediately glanced toward another steward responsible for arranging the upcoming wedding feast. The two men looked at each other. Then, without saying a word, both silently nodded. The first steward quietly took out a small notebook. Roasted ducks, he whispered while writing. Crystal dumplings. Braised fish. Lotus pastries. Osmanthus cakes. The second steward added. Increase the shrimp dumplings. The future Madame Xing seems to like those. Agreed. Double the desserts. And prepare extra roasted ducks. Nearby palace maids overheard the discussion and struggled not to laugh. By the end of the banquet, half the people were enjoying the performances. The other half were secretly planning the menu for General Xing and Lady Yuan's wedding. Lianhua, completely unaware of the quiet commotion she had caused, happily finished another dumpling. If every banquet tasted like this, I'd happily attend one every day. Jean Rouet glanced at her with a helpless smile. Under the table, he gently squeezed her hand again. He leaned slightly closer and whispered softly, If you like the food that much, I'll ask the imperial chefs to prepare your favorite dishes for our wedding. Lianhua looked at him with sparkling eyes. Really? Jean Rouet nodded. Really? Her smile immediately became brighter than the lanterns illuminating the grand hall. Lianhua returned to the Yuan residence long after the banquet had ended. She carefully placed the gifts she had received on the small table by the window before changing into her sleeping robes. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she stretched lazily and threw herself onto the bed with a long sigh. So tiring. Her body relaxed immediately. Just as she was about to pull the blanket over herself, her eyes drifted toward the silk bundle the Empress had personally handed to her earlier that day. Her curiosity returned. Right. She sat back up and reached for it. The white silk was soft beneath her fingers as she slowly untied the neat knot. Inside were two beautifully bound red books without a single title written on their covers. No titles. She tilted her head. What kind of books are these? Remembering the Empress's mysterious smile, Lianhua carefully picked up the first book and climbed back onto the bed. The first page. Blink. She turned another page. The moment her eyes landed on the illustration. Snap. The book slammed shut. Her entire face instantly turned scarlet. What? What did I just see? Her mind went completely blank. Her heartbeat thundered inside her ears. After staring at the closed book for nearly half a minute, curiosity slowly won again. Maybe I saw it wrong. She carefully reopened it. Unfortunately, she had not. The drawings were still there. They depicted a married couple in an extremely close embrace. Her face burned even hotter. There. Why are they wrestling? She blinked repeatedly. Is this really a proper book? Then she suddenly remembered the Empress's words. Open it when you're home and alone. It will help your future marriage. Lianhua froze. Your Majesty, this is what you meant. She covered half her face with one sleeve. My innocent eyes. My innocent heart. They've both suffered a terrible shock today. Even so, her fingers betrayed her. Very cautiously, she turned another page. They're still wrestling. She flipped another page. They're changing positions now. Another page. How are they even balancing like that? Her eyes became wider and wider while her cheeks grew redder and redder. I didn't know married couples practiced such advanced exercises. She quickly shook her head. This is educational. It has to be educational. She nodded vigorously to convince herself. Right. It's marriage education. Nothing strange. Feeling slightly reassured by her own explanation, she bravely turned one more page. My heavens. She quietly closed the book again. This time she hugged it against her chest and stared blankly at the ceiling. So, this is what adults in ancient times studied before getting married. Her face became crimson all over again. She suddenly remembered that her own wedding was only 2 weeks away. Her mind immediately pictured Jean Rouet. She buried herself under the blanket. Stop remembering. My brain. My poor little heart. I won't be able to face him tomorrow. She rolled from one side of the bed to the other like a dumpling wrapped in a quilt. After several moments of flailing dramatically, she slowly poked her head out from beneath the blanket. Should I read the second book? Silence filled the room. She stared at the remaining unopened book. Maybe just one page. Her hand quietly reached toward it all on its own. Outside the window, the moon shone brightly over the peaceful Yuan residence. Inside the room, one very embarrassed future bride continued her marriage studies, her face glowing red enough that, if anyone had seen her then, they would have mistaken her for a lantern. Lianhua did not sleep until the first light of dawn peeked through the paper windows. The second book had completely stolen her attention. Unlike the first volume, which was filled mostly with bold illustrations of wrestling, the second contained elegant drawings accompanied by detailed explanations about married life, mutual affection, and the customs between husband and wife after marriage. Every few pages, Lianhua would gasp dramatically. Oh heavens! She quickly covered her eyes with both hands. I shouldn't look. A tiny gap remained between her fingers. Just one more glance. Another page. She covered her face again. I really shouldn't. Her fingers obediently covered her eyes. Except, they slowly separated on their own. I'm only reading it for educational purposes. She nodded solemnly. That's right. It would be disrespectful not to appreciate Her Majesty's thoughtful gift. Several moments later. My poor innocent heart. I think it's having a dramatic attack. She clutched her chest dramatically before continuing to read anyway. By the time she finished the second volume, birds were already chirping outside. She glanced toward the first book. I'll continue another day. You look stronger. She quickly wrapped both books in the white silk again before looking around the room like a thief. Where should I hide them? After searching for quite some time, she finally tucked the bundle inside a wooden chest beneath several folded winter robes. No one will ever find you. She dusted her hands proudly. Then, utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed. Within moments, she was asleep. When Lianhua finally woke again, the sun was already high overhead. Afternoon already? She stretched lazily before going through her usual routine. She washed her face, brushed her teeth carefully, combed her hair, changed into fresh clothes. Strangely, not a single thought about the mysterious books from the previous night surfaced in her mind. Her empty stomach occupied all her attention instead. I'm starving. She happily hurried toward the dining hall. The midday meal was already prepared. A bowl of fragrant chicken soup, freshly steamed rice, stir-fried vegetables, and sweet pastries waited on the table. Lianhua happily ate until she was completely satisfied. What a wonderful day. For the rest of the afternoon, she wandered through the courtyard, admired the blooming flowers, and even helped Madame Gu carry one of the twins for a while. Everything felt peaceful. One day passed, then another, then another. Jianrui never came. Lianhua held the letter she had planned to give him and sighed. I wonder what he's doing. The fourth day arrived. Still no sign of him. Her smile gradually faded. Maybe he's busy. Or maybe. Her imagination immediately started running wild. She quickly shook her head. He promised to take care of himself. Unable to endure it any longer, Lianhua decided to visit the Xing residence. Madame Qin welcomed her warmly the moment she arrived. My dear, you've come. Lianhua smiled politely before asking softly. Has General Jianrui returned? Madame Qin gently shook her head. He hasn't. He hasn't come home for 3 days. Lianhua blinked. 3 days? Madame Qin sighed. His Majesty assigned him another task inside the palace. He has been staying there since. Lianhua lowered her head. So that's why. Just as she was preparing to return home, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned simultaneously. There stood Xing Jianrui. His clothes were neat, but exhaustion was written plainly across his face. The faint shadows beneath his eyes showed he had barely rested. Yet, the instant his gaze landed on Lianhua, his cold expression melted into warmth. Lianhua. She instinctively took a step forward. General. He smiled faintly before greeting his mother. Mother. Madame Qin looked at him with both relief and helplessness. You finally remembered your way home. Jianrui rubbed the back of his neck. I've been rather busy. And hungry. Madame Qin immediately stood. Wait here. I'll prepare something myself. Without another word, she walked toward the kitchen, secretly smiling to herself. The servants quietly followed after her. Soon, only the two of them remained. Silence settled between them. Lianhua looked at him carefully. You look tired. I was worried. Before she could say another word, Jianrui stepped forward. Then, without any warning at all, he wrapped both arms around her. Lianhua froze. Her face instantly turned bright red. General. Her voice came out muffled against his chest. Someone might see us. Jianrui merely tightened his embrace slightly. I know. I don't care. His voice was unusually quiet. I missed you. Lianhua's heart skipped several beats. She gently pushed against his shoulders, though there was hardly any strength behind it. What if your mother comes back? Or your father? Or your siblings? They'll tease us forever. Jianrui rested his chin lightly atop her head and closed his eyes. Let them. I've barely slept these past 3 days. I've been thinking about you every night. His calm confession completely defeated her. The little resistance in her hands disappeared. Very slowly, she wrapped her arms around his waist. I missed you too. Her voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Feeling her return the embrace, Jean Rouet smiled. The exhaustion weighing on his body seemed to disappear little by little. Neither of them noticed that, from behind the kitchen doorway, Madame Jean quietly peeked outside. She covered her smile with her sleeve before whispering to the servants, "Take your time preparing the meal. No one is to disturb them." The servants nodded. 3 days remained before the wedding. The entire capital seemed to know that the marriage between General Xing Jean Rouet and Yuan Lianhua was drawing near. The palace had personally overseen nearly every detail. Although the wedding banquet would be held at the Xing residence, the imperial household had sent countless carts filled with fresh ingredients, fine wine, silk decorations, lanterns, flowers, and gifts. Skilled craftsmen came and went every day, decorating the spacious courtyards with red silk ribbons and elegant lanterns that swayed gently in the summer breeze. Everywhere one looked, there was an atmosphere of celebration. Madame Jean personally supervised the preparations. The bridal chamber was cleaned several times until it was spotless. She chose every piece of furniture, every curtain, every embroidered cushion, and even the placement of the candles herself. Whenever Lianhua offered to help, Madame Jean would gently push her toward the door. The bride is not allowed to tire herself. But no buts. Everything has already been prepared. You only need to eat well, sleep well, and wait for your wedding day. Lianhua could only nod obediently. Yes, mother. Madame Jean smiled with satisfaction. Good. Since she had nothing much to do, Lianhua returned to the Yuan residence and occupied herself with quieter hobbies. She continued practicing embroidery. Although her stitches still could not compare to those of experienced ladies, they had become much neater than before. When her fingers grew tired, she switched to painting. She painted flowers, mountains, the twins sleeping peacefully. And, without realizing it, she painted Jean Rouet several times. When she noticed it herself, she immediately coughed awkwardly. How did another one appear? She quietly rolled up the painting before anyone else could see it. The twins had also become much livelier. Little Jirouet had begun smiling whenever someone made funny faces at him. His younger sister, Ruashi, was much calmer, blinking quietly with large, curious eyes. Lianhua loved carrying them one at a time. They're getting heavier. Madame Gu laughed warmly. They're growing well. Lianhua smiled as little Jirouet wrapped his tiny fingers around hers. So adorable. That evening, after dinner, someone knocked gently on her bedroom door. Come in. The door opened. Her 2 sisters-in-law entered together. Su Yanqing carried a neatly wrapped cloth bundle. Lin Shuya stood beside her with an unusually mysterious smile. Lianhua looked from one to the other. Why are you both smiling like that? Su Yanqing placed the bundle carefully on the table. This is for you. Lianhua looked at it, then at them. Somehow, she already had a very strong feeling. It can't be. Lin Shuya tried very hard not to laugh. You'll know once you open it. Su Yanqing gently coughed. You should read it. It will be beneficial after the wedding. Lin Shuya nodded repeatedly. Very beneficial. She looked as though she wanted to tease Lianhua endlessly, but after seeing the younger woman's already red ears, she kindly held herself back. Well, we'll leave you to it. Before leaving, Su Yanqing smiled gently. Don't stay up too late. Then she dragged Lin Shuya out before the latter could say anything embarrassing. The door quietly closed. Silence returned. Lianhua stared at the cloth bundle. I knew it. She slowly untied the knot. Sure enough, inside rested another beautifully bound book. Her shoulders immediately slumped. Another one. She looked toward the wooden chest where the Empress's books were already hidden. Are all married women secretly collecting these? Curiosity won again. Just one peek. Only one. I'll sleep immediately afterward. She carefully opened the first page. The second page. The third. Snap. The book shut so quickly it almost pinched her fingers. Her entire face turned bright crimson. This is even more shameless than Her Majesty's books. She covered her burning cheeks. My goodness. My poor heart. It nearly jumped out of my ribcage. She took several deep breaths before cautiously opening it again for only a brief glance. I absolutely cannot continue. If I keep reading, I won't have the courage to look Jean Rouet in the eye on our wedding day. She quickly wrapped the book back inside the cloth exactly as it had been. Without wasting another moment, she opened the wooden chest beneath her folded robes. The Empress's 2 books were already hidden safely inside. Now, there were 3. She carefully placed the newest one beside the others. There. You 3 stay inside. I'm not opening any of you until after the wedding. She firmly closed the lid. After staring at the chest suspiciously for another moment, as though afraid the books might somehow crawl back out on their own, she nodded to herself with determination. Enough. I am going to sleep. And this time, I really mean it. Satisfied with her decision, Lianhua blew out the candle, climbed beneath her blanket, and closed her eyes. Within minutes, the room became quiet. The 3 mysterious marriage guides remained peacefully hidden inside the wooden chest, waiting patiently for the day when their bashful owner would finally gather enough courage to read them properly. The long-awaited day finally arrived. Before dawn had fully broken, the Yuan residence was already bustling with activity. Red lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves, festive music echoed faintly through the courtyards, and servants hurried back and forth with trays of food, tea, and ceremonial items. Today, Yuan Lianhua was getting married. A soft knock came at her door before sunrise. "Young miss, it's time." Lianhua slowly opened her eyes. For a brief moment, she simply stared at the canopy above her bed before a smile spread across her face. It's today. Several maids entered one after another with basins of warm water, towels, fragrant oils, and neatly folded crimson wedding garments. They greeted her respectfully before helping her prepare. Before anything else, Madame Gu reminded everyone. The bride must eat first. A warm breakfast had already been prepared. Lianhua obediently finished every bite. "I'll need my strength today," she said with a small laugh. Only after breakfast did the maids begin dressing her. Layer after layer of exquisite crimson silk was carefully placed upon her. The wedding robe was embroidered with golden phoenixes soaring among blooming peonies, every stitch shimmering beneath the morning light. A wide embroidered sash was tied gently around her waist. The sleeves flowed gracefully whenever she moved. One maid carefully combed her long black hair. Another fastened an elegant golden phoenix crown decorated with tiny pearls and delicate jade ornaments. A third applied only the lightest touch of makeup, just enough to highlight her naturally bright eyes and rosy lips. When everything was finished, the maids stepped back almost simultaneously. One quietly gasped, "Our young miss is truly beautiful." Lianhua blinked shyly. After that, they gave her some peace and went out for a moment. She stood before the bronze mirror. For several long moments, she simply looked at herself. The pale, sickly young woman who had awakened in this body nearly a year ago had completely disappeared. Her cheeks now held healthy color. Her figure had filled out gracefully. Her skin glowed softly. Her long hair was smooth as silk. Most importantly, the sadness that once lingered in the original Lianhua's eyes had long vanished. In its place was quiet happiness. She smiled gently at her own reflection. "So, this is me now." Her gaze slowly wandered around the room. The familiar furniture. The window where she often painted. The embroidery frame resting beside the bed. So many memories. She thought of the original Yuan Lianhua, the frail girl who had spent most of her life confined to this room. Lianhua slowly lowered her head. "Thank you," she whispered softly, "to whoever allowed me to come here. Thank you for giving me another life. Thank you for letting me meet this family. And him." She bowed sincerely. When she straightened again, her smile was brighter than ever. Afterward, she quietly sat on bed to wait. Outside, the festive sounds gradually became louder. Guests continued arriving. Children laughed. Firecrackers echoed somewhere beyond the gates. Not long afterward, one of the maids entered and smiled. "Young miss, the groom's procession has already entered the street." Lianhua's heart skipped. So soon. She folded her hands neatly upon her lap. Minutes later, the cheerful sounds drew closer and closer. Drums, gongs, laughter, congratulations from neighbors. Then, knock, knock, knock. A maid smiled brightly before opening the door. Standing outside in brilliant crimson wedding robes was Xing Zhanrui. Although Lianhua could not see him clearly because her red bridal veil had already been lowered over her face, she somehow knew. He was smiling. Madame Gu stepped forward first and offered a few words of blessing before entrusting her daughter to the groom. Zhanrui respectfully bowed to his future mother. I promise to cherish and protect Lianhua for the rest of my life. Madame Gu nodded with moist eyes. I know you will. Since both families had already become close over the past months, no one deliberately blocked the groom or made him complete difficult challenges. Instead, everything proceeded with warmth and laughter. One of the maids brought over Lianhua's embroidered wedding shoes. Zhanrui knelt before her. His usually steady hands were surprisingly careful as he gently helped her put on the embroidered shoes. Through the crimson veil, Lianhua's cheeks quietly turned pink. He's really putting on my shoes. After helping her, Zhanrui looked at her for a brief moment. Though her face remained hidden beneath the veil, he could already imagine the shy smile she was wearing. Without another word, he bent slightly. My lady, allow me. Lianhua understood immediately. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck. With practiced ease, Zhanrui carried gently. The surrounding maids and relatives smiled warmly. May the young master and young madam grow old together. May their marriage be blessed with harmony. Carrying her carefully so she would not stumble, Zhanrui walked steadily toward the waiting bridal sedan chair. Each step was slow and unwavering. When they reached it, he gently lowered her and carefully helped her inside. Before lowering the curtain, he softly said in a voice only she could hear, I've finally come to take you home. Inside the bridal sedan, hidden beneath the red veil, Lianhua's lips curved into the happiest smile. Outside, the musicians struck their instruments once more. The bearers lifted the bridal sedan. As joyful congratulations filled the air, the grand wedding procession slowly departed the Yuan residence, carrying the bride toward the Xing residence. The wedding procession traveled slowly through the capital. The streets were filled with cheerful spectators, their smiles bright as they watched the magnificent bridal sedan pass by. Congratulations to the general. Congratulations to the young madam. Children happily chased after the procession. Attendants standing along the route tossed small red packets of wedding candies into the crowd. The little ones laughed as they scrambled to catch them, while the adults smiled and offered countless blessings. May you grow old together. May your descendants fill the house. May your marriage be blessed with lifelong happiness. Inside the bridal sedan, Lianhua could hear every cheerful voice. Although the thick red veil covered her sight, the warmth of everyone's blessings reached her heart. Before long, the procession finally arrived at the Grand Xing residence. The entire estate had been transformed. Scarlet lanterns hung beneath every roof. Silk ribbons fluttered in the gentle breeze. The spacious courtyard had been decorated with blooming flowers and countless red ornaments. Guests filled every corner. As the bridal sedan came to a stop, another round of joyous cheers erupted. More wedding candies were distributed among the crowd, making the children even happier. One elderly man laughed heartily. I've attended many weddings, but General Xing's is certainly one of the liveliest. The musicians played festive melodies as Zhanrui stepped forward. Following tradition, he carefully welcomed his bride out of the sedan. A red silk ribbon connected the two of them as they slowly entered the ceremonial hall. Inside, everyone had already taken their seats. The emperor and empress sat in the seats of honor with the little crown prince between them. The little prince grinned excitedly the moment he saw the couple. Grandfather Xing sat nearby, his smile almost reaching his ears. Master Xing Qingyuan and Madame Qin looked at one another with eyes full of pride. Master Yuan stood beside Madame Gu, who quietly wiped away a tear of happiness. Ji Xuan stood with Su Yanqing. Ji Hao stood beside Lin Xia. Even the twins were being carried by nurses at the back, their tiny red clothes making them look especially adorable. The master of ceremonies stepped forward. With a loud, joyful voice, he announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The hall immediately fell silent. Following the traditional rites, the ceremony began. The newlyweds first bowed respectfully toward heaven and earth. Next, they bowed to the emperor and empress, who represented the highest authority present, and offered their sincere blessings. Finally, they turned and bowed deeply toward both families. Master Yuan smiled proudly. Master Xingqing Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The emperor himself chuckled. It seems our empire has gained not only another outstanding general, but also an excellent daughter-in-law. Then came the final bow. The bride and groom turned toward one another. Hand in hand, they bowed together. May husband and wife live in harmony. May they remain faithful for life. May their descendants prosper. As the final words were spoken, thunderous applause and congratulations echoed throughout the Xing residence. The ceremony had been completed smoothly. From that moment onward, Yuan Lianhua officially became Madame Xing. After the formal ceremony ended, several cheerful matrons escorted Lianhua toward the bridal chamber. The room had been decorated entirely in red. Red candles carved with dragons and phoenixes burned steadily. Fresh flowers filled the room with a delicate fragrance. Every piece of furniture had been carefully arranged by Madame Qin herself. Lianhua sat quietly on the edge of the bridal bed, her red veil once again covering her face. Outside, she could faintly hear the lively banquet continuing. Time passed slowly. About 20 minutes later, a gentle knock sounded. The door opened. Lianhua expected another maid. Instead, she heard a familiar voice. Lianhua. Her heart skipped. It was Zhang Rui. She almost stood up before remembering she was supposed to remain seated. He laughed softly. I only came to make sure you eat. Behind him stood a cheerful young lady carrying a tray. It was his younger sister. She curtsied politely. Sister-in-law. It's me, Xingwaner. Mother worried that second brother would forget to feed you, so she sent me along. Zhang Rui coughed awkwardly. I wouldn't forget. Waner smiled mischievously. Mother said you would. Lianhua couldn't help laughing beneath the veil. Waner placed the tray on the table. Lianhua's favorite dishes filled the tray. Steamed dumplings, lotus root soup, sweet osmanthus cakes, fresh fruits. Even the tea smelled wonderfully fragrant. You should eat while it's still warm, Zhang Rui said gently. Lianhua nodded. Thank you. After making sure she had begun eating, Zhang Rui reluctantly excused himself. The guests are waiting. I'll return later. He quietly left the room. Soon, only Waner remained with Lianhua. Unlike the earlier silence, the room quickly became lively. Waner was cheerful and talkative. Lianhua smiled. The conversation flowed naturally. They spoke about embroidery, painting, flowers. Waner eagerly admired Lianhua's paintings. Then, she talked about her second brother. Then she began sharing amusing childhood stories. When second brother was little, he once climbed the tallest tree in the estate because he refused to admit defeat to eldest brother. He couldn't climb back down. Lianhua laughed. What happened then? Grandfather climbed up himself and carried him down. They both burst into laughter. Waner continued. He looked fearless outside. But afterward he hid in his room because he was too embarrassed. Lianhua covered her mouth, trying not to laugh too loudly. I'll definitely remember that. The two young women chatted happily until the sky outside gradually darkened. Finally, another maid quietly entered. Young miss, it's time. Wana immediately understood. She stood up with a knowing smile. I should leave now. She gently squeezed Lianhua's hand. Welcome to our family, sister-in-law. Lianhua smiled warmly. Thank you, Waner. After waving goodbye, Waner quietly closed the door behind her. The room suddenly became silent once more. Lianhua's heartbeat gradually quickened. Not long afterward, the door opened again. Steady footsteps approached. She didn't need to guess who it was. The familiar scent of sandalwood told her everything. Neither of them spoke. The silence between them was gentle rather than awkward. A moment later, Jean stopped before her. He picked up the ceremonial jade rod prepared beside the bed. With careful, unhurried movements, he slowly lifted the crimson bridal veil. For the first time that day, their eyes met as husband and wife. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The room was illuminated only by the warm glow of the dragon and phoenix candles, their soft flames dancing gently against the crimson curtains. Jean quietly looked at Lianhua. Lianhua looked back at him. Neither of them seemed willing to break the peaceful silence. Inside her mind, however, she was trying very hard to remain calm. Breathe. Slowly. Calm down. Don't panic. You've read those books. You're at least a little prepared now. Just breathe. A smile slowly appeared on Jean face. He had heard every single word. The gentle atmosphere eased the nervousness between them. After a moment, Jean spoke again. Are you hungry? Lianhua instinctively shook her head. I ate earlier. She smiled awkwardly. I'm too nervous to eat anything else. He chuckled quietly. I thought so. Standing up, he walked to the nearby table where 2 small ceremonial cups had already been prepared. He carefully poured the fragrant wedding wine into each one before returning. He handed 1 cup to Lianhua. Shall we? She nodded. Following tradition, they crossed their arms and drank the ceremonial wine together. Lianhua, perhaps because she was still nervous, finished hers rather quickly. She blinked afterward. I drank it too fast. Jean laughed softly. I noticed. He gently collected both cups and placed them back onto the table. When he turned around again, their eyes met once more. This time, neither of them looked away. The room grew quiet. The distance between them slowly disappeared until only a few inches remained. Lianhua could clearly see the warmth in his eyes. There was tenderness, patience, and affection she had come to know so well. Her heartbeat quickened again. Instead of retreating, she took a small step forward. Remembering every ounce of courage she had gathered over the past year, she slowly leaned closer. Then, she gently kissed him. It was brief, soft, almost shy. For a heartbeat, Jean looked pleasantly surprised. Then his expression softened completely. He raised a hand and gently cupped her cheek before returning her kiss with the same tenderness. When they finally drew apart, their foreheads rested lightly against one another. As the candles burned lower and the moon climbed higher into the night sky, the door remained gently closed, leaving the rest of their first evening together to the privacy of 2 hearts beginning their life as husband and wife. The next day, Lianhua slowly stirred awake, her eyelashes fluttering as warm sunlight filtered through the carved wooden windows. She blinked several times before realizing the room was unusually bright. Morning, she murmured. She turned her head toward the window and froze. The sun was already hanging high in the sky. It's noon. Her eyes widened. She immediately sat upright, only to let out a tiny gasp as soreness reminded her of the previous night. Oh! Her cheeks instantly turned crimson. The memories came rushing back one after another. She quickly pulled the blanket tighter around herself, burying half her face into it. Her gaze wandered around the beautifully decorated bridal chamber. The red candles had long burned low. The room was neat. But where's Jean? Just as she wondered aloud, the door gently opened. A familiar tall figure stepped inside carrying a wooden tray. Jean had already changed into a simple dark blue robe, his damp hair tied neatly behind him. Upon seeing her awake, his gentle smile naturally appeared. You're awake. Lianhua smiled instinctively. Then she suddenly realized she was only wrapped in the blanket. Her face exploded into an even deeper shade of red. Without thinking, she pulled the blanket all the way to her nose. Jean chuckled softly. Too late. Lianhua hit even further. I know. He set the tray down before walking toward the bed. I've already seen everything. Her ears became completely scarlet. Inside her mind, she screamed. Why would he say that so calmly? Seeing her shrinking into the blanket like a frightened kitten, Jean Rouet couldn't help laughing quietly. Then a sudden realization struck Lianhua. Her eyes became round. Wait. She grabbed the blanket dramatically. Oh no. My tea ceremony. She looked completely horrified. I'm supposed to greet father and mother this morning. I overslept. This is my first day as a daughter-in-law. What kind of first impression is this? I'm finished. They're going to think I'm lazy. I've embarrassed the entire Yuan family. Her thoughts spiraled one after another. Jean Rouet simply stood beside the bed, patiently calming her down. He gently pat her head. Lianhua. She looked up pitifully. He smiled helplessly. Mother said no one was allowed to wake you. Lianhua stared. Father even said that if anyone disturbed your sleep, he'd personally chase them out. Her mind completely stopped working. They actually said that? Jean Rouet nodded. They understand. He smiled warmly. It doesn't have to be done at sunrise. They said we could perform it whenever you felt rested. Lianhua felt warmth spreading through her chest. They're really kind. They are. He sat beside her. Mother even prepared lunch for us. Lunch? You slept through breakfast. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Before she could complain further, he gently lifted the blanket around her shoulders to keep her warm. Without another word, he slipped one arm beneath her knees and the other behind her back, then effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Lianhua gave a tiny surprised squeak. Jean Rouet, you'll catch a cold walking barefoot. I can walk. I know. But I'd rather carry you. Her face reddened all over again. He carried her toward the washing room connected to his room. Jean Rouet carefully set her down on a wooden stool. Warm water had already been prepared. He dipped a clean towel into the basin before handing it to her. I'll wait outside. Lianhua nodded gratefully. Thank you. Before leaving, he paused at the doorway. Oh, one more thing. She looked up. My mother also said. What? If you're still embarrassed during the tea ceremony, she'll pretend you woke up at dawn. Lianhua stared blankly for a heartbeat before covering her burning face with both hands. Mother is saving me. Jean Rouet finally let out a quiet laugh. His wife truly had a way of making every ordinary day feel brighter. After washing up and finally having what she jokingly called her very late breakfast, Lianhua felt much more refreshed. She took a deep breath before looking at Jean Rouet. I'm ready. Jean Rouet smiled reassuringly. Don't be nervous. She nodded earnestly. I'll try. The two walked side by side toward the main hall. Unlike the lively wedding banquet from yesterday, today's atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Only the closest members of the Xing family were present. At the head seat sat Grandpa Xing, his silver hair neatly tied back as always, his eyes filled with kindness. Beside him were Master Xing Qing Yuan and Madame Qin. To one side sat Jean Rouet's eldest brother, together with his wife and their lively little daughter, who was swinging her tiny legs while curiously watching her new second aunt. On the opposite side were Jean Rouet's younger brother and his younger sister. Everyone turned as the newlyweds entered. Grandpa Xing laughed heartily. So our sleepy little bride has finally arrived. Lianhua's face instantly became pink. I'm sorry, grandfather. Grandpa Xing waved his hand. No apologies. A happy household doesn't count hours. The room chuckled softly. Lianhua secretly encouraged herself. Be brave. This is the tea ceremony. Just remember what you have learned. Don't trip. Don't spill the tea. Don't hand father the wrong cup. Wait. Father first? Or grandfather first? Grandfather first, because he's the elder. Breathe. Smile. Don't panic. Everyone who could hear her thoughts smiled without exposing her. She looked composed on the outside. Inside, it was complete chaos. The servants presented the prepared tea. Lianhua accepted the first cup with both hands and respectfully knelt before Grandpa Xing. Grandfather, please have some tea. Grandpa Xing accepted it with satisfaction. Good. Very good. He took a sip before handing her a thick red envelope. And this is grandfather's gift. Lianhua accepted it respectfully. Thank you, grandfather. One after another, she offered tea to Master Xingqing Yuan and Madame Qin. Both accepted happily. Then came the eldest brother and sister-in-law, followed by his siblings, who teasingly congratulated their second brother and second sister-in-law. After the formal ceremony ended, everyone relaxed. Madame Qin gently walked over and took Lianhua's hands. My child. Before Lianhua could react, Madame Qin embraced her warmly, like she had always been part of the family. Then she leaned close and whispered near her ear. If my son ever bullies you, come tell mother. I'll discipline him for you. Lianhua froze. Then, her mind naturally recalled last night. The two of them entangled into each other's arms. Her face immediately became as red as a ripe peach. She couldn't even answer properly. Madame Qin misunderstood completely and gently patted her back. Don't worry. Mother is on your side. Lianhua could only nod furiously while trying to calm herself. Across the room, Zhang Rui suddenly stiffened. His ears slowly turned red. Then, his entire face. His breathing nearly stopped. A strange scene suddenly unfolded before his eyes. It was as though the memories inside Lianhua's mind had become vivid, moving images only he could see. He saw them entangled together. Then, more images began appearing. Zhang Rui almost choked on his tea. What? What is this? I can't see them? He secretly glanced around the room. Grandpa Xing was happily drinking tea. His father was talking with his younger brother. Wanner was chatting with her sister-in-law. No one showed the slightest unusual reaction. Only I can see them. A new ability. He looked back at Lianhua, whose face was still burning red. The moving images disappeared the moment her thoughts calmed. Zhang Rui silently took a deep breath. So, everyone can hear her thoughts. But only I can see what she's remembering. As if sensing his gaze, Lianhua looked toward him. The moment their eyes met, both of them blushed simultaneously. Grandpa Xing noticed immediately and laughed loudly. Our newlyweds haven't even been married for a full day. And they're already looking at each other like no one else exists. The entire hall erupted into warm laughter. Lianhua immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Inside, she quietly cried to herself. Can everyone please stop teasing us? At least until tomorrow. Lianhua survived her very first day as a married woman. To her surprise, it was not as terrifying as she had imagined. The following days were spent following the customary traditions. Together with Zhang Rui, she returned to the Yuan residence to pay respects to her parents and spend time with her family. Everyone immediately noticed the change in her. She had become calmer, more graceful, more composed. Of course, only on the outside. Inside, she still occasionally talked to herself. Mother-in-law's soup is delicious. I should learn how to make this. Her thoughts were no longer chaotic every minute like before. They had become gentle and peaceful. And whenever certain sweet memories crossed her mind, only one person could see them. Zhang Rui. At first, he had nearly fainted every time those vivid memories appeared before his eyes. Eventually, he secretly grew accustomed to them. Sometimes he would deliberately tease her just to see her blush. He never told anyone about this strange little gift. That became his secret. Time flowed quietly. The seasons came and went. Spring flowers bloomed. Summer rains fell. Autumn leaves painted the mountains. Winter snow blanketed the north. Not long afterward, Joy visited the Xing family once again. After many hours of labor, the cries of a healthy infant echoed throughout the residence. It's a boy, the midwife happily announced. Outside, Zhang Rui, who had been pacing back and forth without stopping, nearly rushed into the room before being stopped by his mother. Only after everything was settled was he finally allowed inside. Lianhua looked exhausted, yet happier than ever. She gently held the tiny bundle in her arms. The little boy had a full head of dark hair and, to everyone's amusement, He looked almost exactly like his father. Grandpa Xing laughed until tears appeared in his eyes. This child copied Jean Rui completely. Even Madame Qin couldn't stop smiling. After much discussion, the little boy was named Xing Ruian. Rui meant auspicious and intelligent, and meant peace. It was everyone's wish that he would grow into a kind and upright man living in peaceful times. Jean Rui carefully carried his son for the first time. The tiny baby yawned, then grabbed his father's finger. Jean Rui immediately melted. Lian Hua covered her mouth, laughing softly. My great general has surrendered. He smiled sheepishly. I willingly surrender. Life became wonderfully ordinary. Lian Hua continued learning from Madame Qin. She learned how to manage a household, how to oversee servants fairly, how to prepare family banquets, how to settle disputes peacefully, how to care for children. She also never abandoned her love for painting. Many walls in the Xing residence slowly filled with her beautiful landscapes and family portraits. Not long afterward, another happy event followed. Jixuan and Su Yanqing welcomed a healthy baby boy. They named him Yuan Jichen, a bright and gentle child who smiled almost all the time. Meanwhile, Jihao and Lin Shuya were blessed with a lovely daughter. They named her Yuan Xiaoyan. She inherited her mother's bright eyes and her father's cheerful personality. The Yuan residence became livelier than ever. Even the twins born to Madame Gu had grown quickly. Little Yuan Jirue and Yuan Ruwashi had already learned to walk. Soon, walking became running. Several years passed. Far in the northern city, the general's residence stood proudly overlooking peaceful streets. Thanks to years of stability, the once dangerous frontier had transformed into a thriving town. Children played freely. Merchants traveled safely. Farmers harvested plentiful crops. General Xing Jean Rui continued protecting the border, but battles had become rare. Peace had finally arrived. Inside the residence, a little boy carefully carried a small cushion with both hands. Mother. 3-year-old Ruian looked up earnestly. You should sit. Lian Hua smiled warmly. Thank you. Her stomach had become noticeably round once again. She gently rubbed it before sitting carefully. Ruian immediately poured her a cup of warm tea, though half of it nearly spilled onto the table. I did it. You certainly did. She kissed his forehead. My little gentleman. The little boy proudly puffed out his tiny chest. I have to protect Mother. Father said so. Just then, footsteps approached. Jean Rui entered carrying fresh fruits. He smiled upon seeing the scene. Our son is stealing my job again. Ruian hugged his mother's arm protectively. I'll take care of Mother today. Oh, Jean Rui pretended to sigh. Then Father has become unnecessary. The little boy thought seriously for a moment. You can help too. Both parents burst into laughter. Jean Rui sat beside his wife and gently covered her hand with his own. How are you feeling? Very well. The baby has been kicking all morning. As if on cue, the baby kicked again. Jean Rui placed his hand gently over her stomach. A tiny kick greeted him. His eyes softened immediately. I felt it. Lian Hua leaned lightly against his shoulder. Outside the window, soft spring flowers swayed gently in the breeze. The world had changed. The tragedy written in that novel had disappeared without a trace. The Xing family still stood proudly. The Yuan family flourished. The emperor ruled wisely beside an empress he loved wholeheartedly. The crown prince grew into a capable young heir and had 2 more siblings. Liang Ziyun and Lu Yanxi lived happily together with their children. Jixuan and Su Yanqing built a loving family. Jihao and Lin Shuya expanded their business while raising their cheerful daughter. The twins filled the Yuan residence with endless laughter. Looking up at the clear northern sky, Lian Hua smiled. Perhaps fate had truly brought her here. Or perhaps this world had simply wanted to rewrite its ending. Either way, she had no regrets. She turned toward Jean Rui. He smiled back just as gently as the first day they had met. Without saying a word, they intertwined their fingers. The spring breeze drifted quietly through the courtyard, carrying with it children's laughter and the fragrance of blooming flowers. And under that peaceful sky, their story, once destined to end in tragedy, became a lifetime filled with love, family, laughter, and hope. The end.